his intent and agenda. And so that's the highest realm, and that comes through prophetic voices, visions, and dreams. Then you have the prince of the power of the air, where Jezebel and the principalities and powers, they get a hold of the earth realm or the first realm through the media, right? The narratives that they throw out in the earth. And there were so many narratives being thrown out from the prince of the power of the air, the spirit of Jezebel, that it got on preachers and different podcast people and different ones now attacking what was coming from the third heaven, right? From God regarding President Trump. And I knew then something was going to shift. I want to show a video because months before President Trump prophesied about this era that we're in, because we're in a new era, we're actually in the middle of a shift, change. Things are going to begin to shift. They're going to begin to change drastically as part of a global reset. This is so significant because it's the golden era. And we often talk about the physical gold, which is important because there is going to be some real importance of understanding the value of natural gold. But we have to understand the golden era that Trump announced. What does it mean? Well, I was with Tim Sheets, and Doug Sheets was there back in, this year. It's already, already September. And Jane Hammond gets up and begins to prophesy Renaissance. And all of a sudden I look at Dutch, who's standing next to me, and Tim, and I said, look at what I wrote on the airplane. Spirit of God says prophesy about Renaissance, and here's prophesying it. And they even saw the date, the time, and everything, and they're like, oh my God. Well, Renaissance literally means something that's never been seen before. It's Matthew 9:30.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that meant that. Wow.
Yeah, Renaissance, something you've not seen, something new you've not seen. In Matthew 9:33, they say about Jesus. That? We have never so seen this in all of Israel. In other words, the nation. We are about to come into that dimension of things that we have never seen with our eyes. It is going to be that spectacular. That's why I don't get caught up in all of this rapture baloney that they're talking about in a few days, right? Rather than a rapture at that time, there's going to be
so many people, including Dana, rapture.
Things we've never seen. Renaissance. Now, here's what Renaissance also means. Dutch gets up and begins to share the definition also. It means a golden era. So I want to show this clip. Play this prophecy real quick, and then a new season in a golden era. The golden age of America.
You see?
Right now.
Wow.
I will very simply put America first.
So on Inauguration Day, I'll never forget that. He just stands up there and says the golden age.
Well, and there's a lot of good points in that, in the sense that a golden era. In other words, we are coming not only into where God is shaking everything, including silver and gold, and so you're seeing the shaking that's happening, and God's also getting ready to do something with currency and things that are going to benefit the people, especially those that have been, really standing with the Lord. But this golden era, so I want to draw people's attention to Ecclesiastes 3, because I think it's going to help us to see a threefold cord. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes that a threefold cord cannot easily be broken. Well, Ecclesiastes 3, it says this.
Trying
under
to
heaven, there is a season.
Please forgive me for taking so long
So there's a
to
season,
talk on here.
a time, and a purpose under heaven for all things. And
It's because I was trying to see if I could add a video to this live stream,
that there's been a great
and
shaking.
I can share the screen. But if I don't add share audio, you can't hear what the video is about. So that's why I was so quiet.
Well, I've never really done that, but I'm a metals guy. I own gold.
Oh, dude.
I'm always watching that.
Yeah, my wife pants for gold. She goes to my wallet.
You really don't. Well, I heard the guy had a guy said that he had his kids send him dirt from Alaska because he gets dirt and in his house when he pants for gold.
Yeah, but how do you do it? You have to sift it. You have to sift it, right? And you have to shake it. And so what people got their eyes on is they got their eyes on the shaking and the sifting of the nation. They got their eyes on the arguing that was happening in the body of Christ. They got their eyes on the fake administration. They got their eyes on the fake news. And they didn't realize that something was trying to emerge. God allowed the last 4 years, right? Where it was that cutting short of that tower. That is a reference, right? It was what Kim saw. They'll say, we have 2 presidents. What do we do now? So it was the shaking, it was the sifting. Now, something is about to emerge. That's the season. But then Ecclesiastes says there's a time. Well, what's the time? It's a shift change. Now, when you go to certain places of employment, they have what's called a shift change.
Hello,
And it's
this is Daniel Veillon.
you suspect the market
Welcome to this edition
done it,
of a
now
podcast
you
where
time out, you clock out, and a new shift begins. Well,
I
God's
talk
a God of
about
events, and how God operates is he
things that I
operates by
want
events.
to, either I'm in the middle of writing a list about, or I'm thinking of writing a list about.
The host going releasing in the
Today I'm going to start
right?
off by talking
Pick it up
about
prophetically, and then we begin to bring it
first
into
ever
our
SummerSlam.
Gregorian calendar or
I decided to
Hebraic
try to
calendar, and
list.
we begin to say, okay, this is the
Actually,
really what it is
on the
God's event.
sportster.com, I'm supposed to
Shift,
both
change,
write a
changing
list.
of time. And
I
what
was
this
supposed
means
to
is, and I want
give
to show you
2 or
the
3
narrative.
list
Go to 2 Kings chapter
options
6.
and put
I
them
want to show you
together
where the narrative
into one article
So in 2
as a
Kings 6,
sample
verse 25, you see something that
and I decided
really
to put together 2 or
we saw
3
3 things begin to
of the
happen.
best
Number one is that there was a
Intercontinental
great famine
title
in the
matches
city.
in
Okay, that was the
SummerSlam
season.
history,
It was
and 2 or
harsh,
3 of
right?
the best
Forced mandates,
WrestleMania main
diaper
event
masks,
finishes
right?
in history.
Later said it didn't work, but we knew it automatically anyway,
I
right?
was,
Shut down,
I
all of
didn't
that weird
realize
stuff
until
that went
after
on.
the fact.
So we went through a
So I
season of
just sent that
hardship,
in.
and God prophesied through this vessel back
I
in
didn't realize
2018 that there
how
would
that
be a
kind of
worldwide
how
plague.
I
Then
really should have
repeated
put
it in
main
2019 in
should have put
Atlanta,
main
Georgia,
event
at a
matches.
conference. And he talked about how we would come into the decade that would be known as the
So
decade
I decided why don't
and this decade
so I
would
decided
start
to
off harsh,
my first
but then
full
God
episode
rest, meaning
my recent
rest from our
episode
enemies. We wouldn't
had
have some of
redone
the
it because I
liberal
realized
lunacy that we
I
saw,
was
some of the
so
unresponsive
nervous
people. That's the 14 narrative
that I
where
misspoke.
Israel stood, man, with their
So I decided
kids,
to
their
do
grandmas,
this
their
as my
grandpa's family,
first official
gathered together
episode
as they
because
saw the enemy who was
I was
pursuing, by the
actually
way, from the left.
writing.
If you look at
I'm actually in the
it
middle of
was a
writing
liberal
a list about
movement
SummerSlam
government from the
Intercontinental
left, Pharaoh
title
and his army.
matches.
They were a
And
Marxist,
so
communist
why don't I
like
talk
government
about
that we see played out
the
today. They
entire
were coming from the
pay
left
per
to
view?
entrap a nation, just like
That
God
way I
wipes
could
them
do
out.
my regular
Israel standing there,
podcast
sees the
format
water return
and have
back to
fun
normal, and
preparing
they're like,
my
"Whoa, we're
list.
actually getting our lives back. We're freedom.
Okay, so
We're
here I go.
getting our dreams back, right? This is what we're starting to experience now." And there was a moment when that happened. God said,
By the way,
Egyptians that you see today, you're
Shall
not going to
be
see
no
again. In
more.
other words, there is a
recently
shift
discovered
change.
that
There's something that was
because
before that is
of
no longer
third-party
in your present moment,
content
and it's not going to be the expression
problems,
of your future. This is
that
what God
if
is
you do
saying
not
to us.
put, if
And
you
so in
have
2 Kings chapter 6,
third-party
you see
content or not,
you see
you
the
can't
you see the famine.
submit
But then
your
it shifts over into the time now of watch
could
what
submit
happens now. The first
your
thing
podcast,
they
Apple
talk
Podcast,
about
until
is they were
you
eating donkeys.
say
head.
if you
So
have
their
third-party
meal and what
content
they
or
were
not.
feeding on is donkey's head. Well, what did our
So,
nation have to feed on over the last almost 5 years? The
I'm going to say
narrative
that ordinarily I don't have third-party
the
content.
narrative of what the donkey party was trying to
Isn't
force
it
feed us.
amazing?
However,
Okay
I always
for
wanted
I
to
never
record
thought about
myself
that.
talking about
beard
a
and a
video.
wig and hairy legs to wear a dress and gets a prostate exam and go into the women's bathroom, right? And it's called make believe, right?
Yeah.
And,
So that I
they were the
break down what
proponents
I
of
think
this.
about
They
a
were
video.
shoving this, forcing us
So
to
in
try
the
to keep
future,
this
I'm
stuff.
gonna
But then the
See, I'm
next thing
gonna
is, so that's
find
the
out way
politics of what we
to
went through
just
in
put
the
a
season.
disclaimer
But then you go down
before
and you see where the
I upload
Dubs,
any of those
the
third-party
Dubs
content
dunk
videos.
was being sold. Okay,
Because right now I'm talking about
you know,
regular
there's two narratives
podcasts where
that
I'm
the
talking
theologians say
without a
about this
video
Dubs dunk
being
in 2 Kings
accompanied with my
6:25.
talk.
And either it was
Or,
to fuel
let me put it
something
this way,
like the donkey's head,
without me talking about a
or they were
video
eating it.
as I'm
So what
talking,
is that? That's the narrative
or
of
a
the
video
church.
playing while
So
I'm
you saw over
talking.
the last 4 years the narrative coming from the donkey party. Now you have Dubs dunk fueling, right? What
And
is
that may be
making
confusing, so let me
people
restate that.
eat the donkey head. We saw from the church pastors
Instead
caving
of
in. We
me
saw
uploading a
congregations
video
saying
that
to
I'm
never know
talking
Trumpers.
about
We are never going to vote
and
for this
talking
guy.
about it
He's
at the
guilty.
same
Believe in the
time
fake
that I'm
news. Taking
playing it
that
while
which
I'm
was coming
talking
from the
about it,
second realm, right? The
or
principalities, the
pausing when I
powers,
need
the
to
spirit of
pause so I can
Jezebel,
explain
and
some few
taking that
things.
as the voice of God.
Until before I do
Pastors were
that,
doing
I'm
this,
just going to talk
Christians
about
were
these
doing it,
pay-per-views and
evangelicals
these
were doing it,
offers
other prophets were
that
doing it, all
I
apologizing and
want
demanding
to talk
everybody else
about
to do
that's
right.
for
They were
these
helping
lists I'm writing.
fuel the
I
donkey head
will
narrative ultimately.
eventually get
What
back
the
to just
Dubs
talking about
dunk
to
is
do
also
my
is not
regular
only fuel,
format.
but they were eating it. Dubs dunk is
Here goes on. First
evidence of
ever
a past belief.
SummerSlam was in 1988.
Wow.
So look at how many churches were
Gorilla
not relevant,
Monsoon and just
were not
and
moving with the Holy Spirit. Pastors were
Superstar
not
Billy
moving with the
Graham
Holy
doing
Spirit,
the
right?
commentating.
And they were part of the problem. Stay out of politics, they were saying, right? That's why I gave, and I give 5 years of my life now.
Don't see any.
Right, I was doing it twice a week. Now I'm back down doing once, which I can do more
Don't see the closed
programs,
caption.
you know, like this and other things,
Okay.
and just pastor my church and different things. But look at the third narrative, verse 29. Now look at the culture. The culture is they were boiling babies, man. They said we boiled our babies and we died. Okay, the abortion issue, the satanic worship, you know, kill babies, right? And you saw it from the donkey party,
what was good
right?
about
On
this
the left,
pay-per-view
during the
was
campaign of cackling
the
Hamas
main
terrorists,
event
right?
had, I
Kill more
believe,
babies, kill more babies.
Macho Man Randy
And that was
Savage and Hulk
their
Hogan
campaign slogan, kill more babies, right?
with Miss
And so this was
Elizabeth
the
in their
narrative
corner
that we were under. This was the time that we
against
were in. But now God is saying, now look
Teddy
at
DiBiase
2
and
Kings
Andre
7.
the Giant.
His name is Elijah. And this is why we have to be wise when it comes to prophetic
This is in the
voices.
famous Madison
God
Square
does
Garden
not
arena
appear
in New York
Amos
City.
3:7 unless he reveals secret. It's singular. Secret to his
It
prophet.
was called the
Doesn't say
Mecca Arena.
secret. His secret is his heart.
And I do remember hearing
Testing
Rick
out
say
something.
once
I don't
that
want people to hear.
Madison Square Garden is called
So,
the Mecca, so
trying
that's why he
not-
said that right here. I never did understand why
It
they called it
starts
the
with his
Mecca
heart.
because I
If
don't
you
know what
don't
it
have
means.
the heart of God, you're
But
not
I
going to
think
get
it's an
it.
interesting word,
So
though.
God,
on your YouTube live stream, you can do what I've been trying to do.
Gorilla Monsoon told the audience not to leave their seat at home because
doesn't do
there's going to
anything in
be a
the earth
happening they would be
unless
listening.
he reveals his secret. He has to find a prophet in the earth who's not about their most accurate prophecies, right? About their platform, their reputation.
He said, yes,
Jesus
Gorilla.
made himself of no
Billy Graham
reputation.
said.
That's why when I was getting slammed on a regular basis by the liberal loony magazines and fake news, I didn't pay attention. I still don't
Said,
pay
I'm
attention.
Gorilla
Because you
Monsoon
can't
along with
be
Superstar Billy
about your
Graham.
reputation if you're going to steward
He
over
said,
the heart
this
of
is
God.
indeed Superstar.
And so God
I had
literally raised up this prophet.
said, yes, it
And he
is, Gorilla.
comes
The
and
one
he's going
thing
to
I
break the
believe
cycle of shaking.
that
The
overshines the
cycle of all
appearance,
those things
Jesse
that
the Body
took
as a
place,
special guest
right?
referee,
In the
to
culture, in
return
the
of Hulk
church, and
Hogan,
in
my
politics.
personal
And he makes
friend
an
and hero.
announcement, watch this, Steve, without any
Man
evidence.
I called the man bionic
This time
bicep
tomorrow,
has returned tonight.
it's going to change.
Man with
There's
the
a shift
bionic bicep
change.
has returned tonight.
Something is going to affect your economy. Something is going to affect your life. This famine is going to be broken. And there
Munson
was
says,
no
we are
evidence.
all
This is
waiting.
where people
Megabucks taking on the
they've
mega
got
powers.
to understand the prophetic. God will say something and there may be no evidence. Like Trump is going to come back and there's no evidence.
Don't
There's
even
no
look at it as
real
possible.
proof where it looks like it. Everything is opposite. And then God says, oh, he's going to fly his plane again, right? And a missile
This thing is going to be in
the same day
once
it happens.
and
God
for
is
all.
telling us. This is
Perhaps
what's
it's a
happening. Now,
Vandal
notice this as this time
on for Hulk Hogan and
What's the
Randy
tomorrow?
Savage
So we're going from
as they
season,
take on Ted
time,
DiBiase and the
and
eighth
purpose.
wonder of the
Ecclesiastes
world,
3:1.
Andre the Giant.
Shakings are sifting.
But he could
The time, which is the sifting, right? Or the shift change, excuse me. Now we're going towards what is called swift. That's the tomorrow. It's going to happen so fast, it's going to be swift. It's going to happen so fast, it's going to be acceleration.
I don't know what's going on.
This is why in John 6, you remember
don't
when
know if this is
the disciples were in the
because
boat
buffering
and there was a storm.
it's still
It
swirling,
was
so I
really
don't
dark.
know
It was windy, and the Bible says that they
what
were like 3
I
to
gotta
5
do.
miles out in the middle of the sea. And this is where we've been at. I mean, I'm thinking of the
I hit refresh because I thought that was the quickest way to do it.
those that are watching today. Maybe you've been in a storm. Maybe you've been in this place where there has been a wind and there's been turmoil around you, and you're like, man, I don't know what to do. All of a sudden, the disciples look
Somebody
up,
could get put out of
and they
commission
see
that goes
something
well.
moving towards
And
them. This
even
is what people
Superstar
fail
Billy
to
Graham said,
realize
no
over the
doubt
last
about it,
5
gorilla.
years. Something was moving towards
But
us,
he's
even
gonna
though we
go
felt like we
down,
were
go
out in the
down
middle
hard,
of
go
this
down permanently,
mess of
brother.
everything around us going wrong, right? Things being thrown at us, indictments after indictments, Russia, big dossiers, right? Vaccines, COVID,
Yeah, and he said somebody could be put out of
transgenderism. I mean, it was
commission
just
here. He
storm after
told,
storm, but
he
something
was saying
was
that
moving
to
towards us.
Billy Graham specifically.
And
He
just like
said,
the disciples,
they
they
could be
look
put
up
out
and
of
they see
commission
this
here,
object,
Superstar.
and immediately
He said, yes, no
they
question
got
about it,
their
gorilla, wants
prophetic
you.
perspective wrong.
But he's
That's
gonna
where a
go
lot of
down
people were over the
hard
last 5 years.
and maybe
They took on the
permanently,
narrative of
brother.
the fake news. They took on the narrative of fear.
Superstar has
Took on the
said
narrative
that
of
he
what
hoped
was
it
the obvious, right?
was
We're in a storm and these things are
Andre
happening.
and
And they looked
Ted.
at Jesus, who was trying to visit them,
And
to
then
pull them
Gorilla
out
said
of
this is going
this
to be a
storm,
classic.
just
What
like
is
he
that?
was
And
doing
they
with our
show
country.
up
And they say,
inside the
it's a
ring
ghost.
Raymond
In other words,
Rougeau
they,
waving the
because
miniature
they associated
Canadian flag
something
around.
of God as evil.
No, it's the American
Oh.
That's what
flag,
they
no
did with
doubt.
Trump. Oh, he's not a Christian. He's not this. He's
It
not that.
doesn't matter.
Oh,
God
he's going to
puts
do
him
this
up. He
and that.
puts him.
Don't you know he's guilty of this
I
and
guess
that?
they were
Because
trying to
speaking
be the
wrong.
baby
And they
face
didn't
at
realize
this time,
that they were touching a
so they were
visitation. God was
waving
raising
the
up a deliverer.
miniature
God
American
has
What did they do?
flag
patience
around.
that will never
Probably
They
understand.
called
get
Jesus in the boat. That's
favor
what we
from
get. Oh, Jesus, we
the
need you in our
audience.
country. We need you to get us
They're
back
from
on course again.
Montreal,
God
Quebec, Canada.
absolutely raised up President Trump.
Oh yeah, this
And they
was at
share
the
a
time
narrative
when they
on
were
that. And
relocating the
immediately the
United
Bible says,
States.
John 6, or miraculously, some translations
And
say
he said
supernaturally,
their
or
combined
transported.
weight
They went from
was
the
announced at
storm, a shift
474 pounds.
change, to now a
Jacques
swift
and
change of acceleration. And
Raymond,
I like that.
the
From a shift
fabulous
change.
Yeah, see, this is
Rougeau
why,
brothers.
literally, yeah, miracle. And this is why when people would say over the last 5 years, they'd say, "Oh yeah, but it's going to take years for America to get back."
No.
And I'd say, "No,
Not
it's
with
not.
his
Not if
God.
God could do that in John 6, turn water into wine that quick. We are going to head into the time of acceleration." I want to say this. I had
Having,
a dream the other night. Oh, maybe
I don't know
months
what happened,
ago.
but in
It was
real
another dream,
life,
actually, it was with Kim. I don't
the
mean to talk
Rougeau
about it here, but I
brothers
know many of
stopped
your
getting along after a few
viewers,
years, and now,
grew up listening to him, and he pioneered so much.
now they can't
His
even
legacy
get in
lives
the
on,
same
but
room
here's the
without
point.
arguing.
I had a dream that he was at my church. We
Having
just
had
actually just got
problems
done
like
building a
that,
new
as I
tabernacle.
can
And
understand
he was
it,
on the new stage,
or it can be
and
for two
he was
brothers not to get
leading
along.
worship, and I was trying to get to the meeting. And he was
But I
prophesying, oh
hope
man, it was
and
powerful in
pray
the dream and the music,
that
sound,
those
and
two
he
find a way to
kept
get
looking over
along
like
better.
this, waiting for me to come. Finally, I get there.
British
He tells the
Bulldogs
band
get
to
in.
keep
Their
playing.
opponents, British
He steps
Bulldogs,
off the stage.
win the
He
ring
comes
with
to
their
me. He says,
Bulldog
"Hank," he
until
said, "I've been
they're
waiting for
scared.
you." He says,
They
"Is
run
that
out of the ring in
everything
a
ready?"
hurry.
He said,
Wow.
"Keep prophesying the story." I said, "What story?" He said, "About
Truth
America
is,
being great."
I don't
He
know
said, "About the acceleration." Then he said this. He said,
which
So
"Prophesy
that
about
he
President
died.
Trump."
So
which
Hank
And
two
then he said this. He
teams,
said, "God
or
is recapturing
if
a
either team is
generation.
supposed to be
He's doing it
a
for
hill, I
the
don't know
children."
which one
Then he
is.
said these words, "It's your turn now." And he said, "Now go." And I went out to the stage, and then I began to prophesy about, the recapturing of generation. And that is a narrative. If people have their Bibles in Judges 3, verse 9 through 11, Israel was in a very
It's gonna
bad
be
time
interesting.
in the nation, and they cried out for a deliverer, and who would deliver them. And it was a man, as the verse continues on, ought to kneel, which means like the Lord.
As I'm looking at the
That is a reflection
commentary
of
here
God's
on the
life. Well, we're in a
post
revolution of life.
captioning, I'm
People
reminded
don't
that
realize.
it's just as
God was
important.
prophesying through this ministry that the White House,
The
under the
commentary
administration of the last
is
few
the most
years,
important
that
aspect
the White
of
House would be known as
wrestling,
the
and I
White House.
believe a lot of the
And that we would be in
reason
a
it's
revolution of
hard
life. And what a
for
revolution
people
is,
growing
it's a
up
purposeful
watching
overthrow.
wrestling
So if it's a
keep on
revolution of
watching
life,
it
it's a
in the
purposeful
WWE,
overthrow of darkness.
that
That's
part of
why God's
wrestling
dealing
that
with
is
each state dealing with
because
all this crazy
sometimes
stuff, this
the way they
spirit
have the
dark at this
commentators
level. And so the Spirit of
talk
God is
about
trying
the
to tell us,
matches
I'm
and
doing
the
something like this
characters.
Octanil that has to do with my
It's
life.
not
That
that
has
they're
to do
not
with me
good.
intervening now.
Sometimes
Isaiah 60.
you'll be so over
Darkness
the
has
top
covered
that
the
it's
earth.
hard to
Gross
believe
darkness
anything
is
is
people.
possible
But then it says,
or
but I, the Lord,
plausible
shall
today.
arise, and my glory shall be seen
So,
on me. So
although
they
they're
cry out,
very
God
good,
raises up this guy,
there's
Octanil,
a lot of
and
times
the
be
Bible says
hard
he was
to
a
believe.
deliverer. Well, that's what we're
That's
seeing
why I
with what God
believe
is doing
it's
with President
hard
Trump. He's honoring
to
the
get
children of life.
for a
He's
lot of
honoring
people growing
those who
up
stood
who
for the
grew
life,
up in the
who
80s
stood
and
for truth, who
90s
stood
as
for children, who
fans.
stood for life,
So it
who
could be
stood
hard
for
to keep
morals, who
them
stood for traditional marriage.
interested
And he
in it
raised up
because it'd
somebody
be
who
hard
is
to
going to
make
bring
it
this
look
country back on course,
real
our
just from the
original plan of
commentators
9/11.
themselves.
Follow me now. What happens is the land has rest, it says. You get down into verse 11 and 12, 40 years.
It's a
They
generation.
recaptured a generation. The land had rest 40 years. Now, I'm not
Hit
prophesying
bit
40
by
years.
Davy
I'm
Boy,
prophesying there's
hit
something
into
that
5,
sound of those
6.
that are aborted, that are in heaven, that are
Ball
praying
straight
and saying,
down, he
Lord, we
rolled
never got to walk.
around,
Let the
trying
children that
to
are
get
walking on
away
the earth
from
now,
Davy Boy.
let them have their time. Let them have their day, God. And this is what they're praying. And
Then
God is saying, I'm
gets him
hearing
up, he
this.
puts his
And
forehead
they
into
shall, the
the
children
other
shall walk
pad
on
on
the
the
earth.
other corner.
And they shall have their day.
5, 6.
And then he's looking at what has been done through trafficking. And the harshness, he's saying it would be better for a millstone to be tied around their neck. This is why
But to be
justice is coming.
honest,
Then they come out.
if I had to guess, I'd say that Jacques
Well, there was a time, says the
Rougeau
Spirit of
and
God,
Brother Raymond were the
when the
head team
disciples
right
came to
here.
Yeshua,
Because he was
and they
begging
spoke
off when he was
of
at the
these
corner.
days, of the last days.
Finally
And they
gets
said
to his
to
corner.
the master,
He tags
when,
Brother
Lord,
Raymond in.
when shall these things be? And the Son of God spoke, and he explained and he declared the signs that would be of that present moment and the times that were to come. But notice they said when. And so it is, there is a sound that has come before my ears, says the living God, of those who are saying, when, God? When
He
shall
really
we see
couldn't get an
justice?
advantage
When shall we
there.
see righteousness?
Walk up into the corner
That which
this
is the
time.
foundation of your throne.
Gets turned
When shall
around
we
on
see
Biz
people
Raymond.
who have touched the children brought to
Oh,
justice? When
gotta
shall we
learn how to
see
sit straight.
those who are
British
truly
Bulldog
guilty
turns Raymond around in the
be
car.
tried for their crimes? When will we see
Now the
justice
referee's gotta
that
get in
you
the middle.
have promised? And God says, I have given you
Cheap
signs,
shot. I'm
but there are
positive
more
they
that
were
are
the
about to
guilty.
manifest. Listen now is the sound of
Because
the
Raymond Rougeau just hit a
victims.
cheap
And they
shot
are
on
crying out, and they are
Billy
speaking
on
out now. And you're
British
going to
Bulldog,
hear
Davy
from
Boy's hip.
many who
Already, some of Epstein's victims went to Congress and
Irish whip.
testified. Some are too embarrassed. It's
Davy
terrible.
Boy's in the Irish
They say,
whip.
I was
About to be
a whore
monkey
for this
flipped
man because
by
he forced
Raymond
me, you know.
Rougeau.
But there was out in the
Does a
hallway, they
cartwheel
came
to stay
and
on his feet,
person
though.
testified.
Police
In front
arm
of
drag
Congress.
by
It's
Bulldog.
already happening.
See. Tags in the Dynamite Kid.
will
Double
say,
headbutt.
but we have our list, and we have those who are connected to that which was done to us.
Side
God
headlock.
says it will
Thrown
cause
off
many
by Raymond.
faces
Shoulder
to
block
come
takedown.
before your media. Why would this be that so many faces shall come? Spirit of God says, because they shoved in my
Arm drag,
face
arm bar by the
a
Dynamite
mockery,
Kid.
diabolical things, those who are guilty. Now I shall cause you to see their face. And now they shall face the things of what they have done, especially the children.
Irish
Pay
Whip
attention,
by
for there is something that is
Raymond
about to
B.
shake in
Prague.
the earth.
He
There is a mountain that will blow its top,
jumped
and you
down
will see it,
to
and you
pick
will
up
know
his
it.
legs
Where it
to
will
throw
thunder in the heavens.
Dynamite across the ring, but
Mountain.
Dynamite
We're
comes
gonna start
back,
watching the news
diving
about
headbutt.
mountain blowing its top.
Correct. As
to
it
throw
erupts,
him
and it
down,
will shake
and he
in the
rolls
earth.
over
When this
to
takes
get to his
place,
feet,
you will
arm
know then
drag into
that which is
an arm
erupting
bar
in the earth is
by
just the natural
the Dynamite
manifestation
Kid.
of what will begin to erupt.
It's amazing the
That
different ways you can use an arm bar in pro
up.
wrestling.
I am
Tags and
forcing it
Davey
to come
Boy
to the top.
comes off with a
For all to
diving
see.
forearm.
They will face it.
This is a
You will
time
see
of
their
judgment.
faces.
I believe that was over
And
the
you will not
shoulder.
say when. You will say, surely this is
Let's
happening.
see.
This is taking place. For you are in a new
It was
time
over
now.
the shoulder, all
I'm
right.
drawing a line in the sand.
Let's see.
And as you enter into a new
Irish Whip, reversal,
Oh shoot!
Alright,
Sunset Flip,
That's
pin,
that.
two
That's
kick
the
out
big Steve just
by
fell in the middle of his
Raymond
top.
Rougeau,
keep going.
arm drag, arm bar from Davey
You
Boy.
want to kick
In the middle of a.
signal out and see if that'll help you go back in or go back.
In the middle of.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only option.
Yeah, so hopefully that went up in a very strange way. Usually that looks like almost like a power outage or something the way that went.
Or is it just
yeah,
an
usually
animal?
when it clicks like that.
While we wait, Steve, you want me to play that other video we had at Tim Props on?
And
Yeah, that's a good thing. Which
Jacques
one?
Rougeau
That's a good
got
February 2nd.
just got in the ring to complain with
Let's
the
go ahead and play
referee.
it.
That
Yeah. And
While
was
they're
enough
trying to
time.
be.
Feel some really good prophetic time while we're
I
getting
can't
ready to come
believe
back. So go ahead and get that.
I am listening to those at this
So the
time
gra-
who have lifted
an
up
older
their
one.
was
voice
enough
to me and
time
have cried
to
out. And there is one
enough time
that has
for
that is cried
Bulldog,
out to me
and Dynamite to switch positions without
and I have
legally
listened to
tagging
this
in.
one that I speak of, and I have heard their prayer in the earth, and they have prayed, and they have even knelt before me, and they have draped themselves in the flag of you, the United States. This I speak, for they have said, this one God, how can I bring the United
Now,
States
I know
closer to
this
you
is
again?
entertainment
I
and
speak
it's
of Donald Trump, says the living God. He has prayed.
Damn, he was
He
talking
has
about
spoken
I know
Trump.
it's entertainment
He
and
knelt.
I know it's
and they have
predetermined,
looked
but
He knelt before the Lord.
there were a
Oh,
lot of times looking back at this
and
where I
he
just
cried out,
realized
God, how
how
can I help
doing
this
like
people like
pro sports
I didn't know who he was talking
would
about.
really
Did you hear the whole
would
prophecy? I'm
really
speaking
help out a
about
lot of times.
one that has cried out
And
to
with
me.
today, the fact that they are very
There is one.
similar
Watch.
to sports now more than ever.
There is one
I think
among you
adding
I didn't know
instant
that was.
replay
that is
would help in the
crying out to
middle
me
of the match
in
myself.
simplicity.
In simplicity.
If I was
Innocence
to
of their
suggest
hearts.
anything when
And I
I
have listened to this
train to
one that
become
I
a
speak of,
manager,
and I
would
have
be
heard
adding
their
something
prayer in
like
the
that
earth,
to make it look
and they have
more
prayed,
a little
and
bit
they
more
have even knelt
believable
before
today.
me, and they have draped themselves in the flag of you, the United
Looks
States.
like about to go.
This I speak, for they have
Okay, an
said,
Irish Whip is
this
coming
one
up
God,
by
how
Dynamite,
can
running
I bring
clothesline
the United
to
States closer to you again?
Ray Rougeau.
You not just
Gets his
make it
forehead
great, but
into
Trump, says the
the
living
Davey
God. He has
Boy's
prayed.
boot. Tags
Donald
in
Trump didn't
Bulldog.
just ask for America to be rich and all that. He asked the Lord, how can I bring
Irish Whip.
you?
Sunset Flip this time by Raymond. Looks like 2. Kick out
He has
by
spoken to thee,
Davey.
and men have
1.
despised him,
Come on.
and they have looked to indict him. And some
Let's
who
see.
bear
What
my
did he say?
name say, we cannot choose him.
You hear
The Spirit
that?
of God says, because you have not been
Let's
walking
see.
Some
with
who
him,
bear my
you
name
have
say I
not
can't
heard
choose
his
him.
prayers, and you have not known his
Gets up
heart.
to his feet.
But I, the Lord God, knows
He did
his
this
heart,
once with
and I
Bret
have
Hart where he
anointed him at this
pushed
time.
both
So God says, you
Raymond's
watch what I do.
legs
You
together
shake the
to
earth.
try to
You
win.
watch what I
going for him bridge, but as he was bridging, Raymond Rougeau rolled out of that and broke the count. But slog by, Davey Boy tags and Dynamite. Elbow over the back of the triceps muscle. It looks like the triceps muscle. Into an arm bar from Dynamite.
And as we gather with family and friends, we'll not forget the true source of our joy and our strength. America has put our trust in God. It will always be in God we trust. We will never change that. If there's a movement to change it, it will not happen.
You hear that? He prophesied he will never take it.
He's desperately reaching out to make a tag to his brother. Raymond is trying to, desperately trying to reach out to tag his brother, Jacques, and he gets pulled into the Bulldog's corner. And Bulldog gets tagged.
Don't care.
Wow.
Davey Boy Smith gets tagged.
Yeah. About Trump, and I'll just say this: I didn't realize because you said in that word, kneel down.
First he got kicked in the gut, then he was pulled in their corner. Davey Boy gets tagged in.
That's what you saw.
Double Irish whip.
Well, again, and we wish they had some kind of
double
thing, but I think you heard
shoulder
most of the
block.
prophecy that the Lord was saying that again. That's why there was a great man named Apollos in the Bible that needed.
How hard is that? He can be saved.
The way of God more clearly, and so But here's the point: he knelt on the floor. In fact, when I was prophesying that was at Tim Sheets' church. I literally saw a vision of President Trump doing that, and so God letting me see something that was taking place. And here's what we got to be careful of. Sometimes we get so steeped. One of the most powerful prayers in the Bible. You know what it was?
Yeah, then he was pulled in their corner. Davey Boy gets tagged in.
A prayer of safety.
Double Irish whip.
One of the most powerful apostles.
Double shoulder block.
Saved because he doesn't understand he's automatically going to heaven.
By Raymond.
He trusts Jesus.
By
and he's a president. He was in religion
all
his life before
salvation.
Everything's going on. How much when Paulo White never saved you're saved, you're going to how much does he not understand? Only God knows.
Raymond gets
but
tripped
is our
by
salvation based on what we know
top
or our
of
faith
the
in Jesus?
apron, hold on to the ring rope.
But we can perish
for lack of knowledge. Brother Raymond.
Meaning, I'm not saying he'll go to hell, but he'll fuss and he'll not fuss, but he might toss and turn to. Well, I hope I'll make it, but that's unnecessary.
Jacques picks
he already
up
made it.
Bulldog's left leg and
needs to stop
kicking him.
Their heart and desperation.
And that's what God is revealing. The ACL.
You may not be the most, solid in theology when it comes to prayer and how to move God and how to go to the court of heaven, but his simple prayers are causing.
See what he's going to do. Turns on his back.
If I could just add this part, it's
puts
not
his
praying a simple prayer.
We never really understood
but in this case,
how this doesn't hurt in real life, but that's why they couldn't do the training they went through in the first place. He picked up his leg, he put his leg around his leg so he could go back with it, and had damage it.
I told you what Shane said I might have, but I don't want to keep repeating myself. But Robert Hunt, Bob Hunt, the same name as Jim Bruno's old pastor.
Come up straight now.
I forgot what year, 1700, 1600, I think. Was sailing. And he saw what's America. We don't know where.
He's pissed off.
But he felt the unction, obviously.
They might push his Jacques off with his legs, his feet.
And he put a stake.
He keeps his feet up and he gets stopped.
In American Fall somewhere.
Raymond gets tagged in.
They
pull his feet apart.
Bob Hunt. It took all these years before they could come in with the settlement in 1776 when we became a nation. How many years? What, 100? Maybe, who knows?
the traditional stuff they
Give or
used to
take.
do that used to be easy to
But-
tell a story about.
And then the Constitution, even if some of
It's
the
hard to
men
tell a
did not,
story today
were not
because of
saved,
political
they knew the Bible
correctness.
was the word, okay? And we found it in the word.
Okay.
So I'm saying this.
Tags back in, Jacques.
Shane
Hmm.
might remember who said
What to
this.
call that?
I don't remember.
Senton?
I'm talking about within recent history.
Seated senton, I believe.
A man or a woman of God.
So that's how they described it when
And Jesus.
when Matt Bourne
Okay, now remember,
used
covenant is
his finisher as
giving my
both
heart to you.
his
Jesus
real name
covenant when
and
he gave
as
his
doing
life
the
for
cloud.
us.
So
Now
I
we
believe
in
that's
covenant
what
when we give our
I
heart
believe
to
that was
him.
a
Okay?
seated
Covenant is
senton
unbreakable.
that he
Jesus
just did.
told this person. I love Israel. That's why I have a covenant with Israel or something like that. But America is formed because America loves
Jacques just knocked dynamite
powerful. I love
almost
Israel.
off the
But
apron to cause a
America's formed
distraction
because
from the
America loves
referee.
me. You talk
Pull
about
Davy's
that's
legs
powerful.
again.
That's why his anointing's on us. I can't shake
No
that.
tag
I'll
from
never
them
shake that. That's awesome.
from either man either.
Well, let me give you a principle why that's true. God is a God of order. That's why, when Joseph had a dream, he saw the sun,
He
the moon,
gets
and
kicked
the stars.
off by
The sun
Davey Boy.
represented his father, right?
Irish whip,
The moon represented his mother, reflecting
back body drop,
his
Just
dad,
like
and
Sister
the
Hicks.
stars were his brother. But then you go to Psalm
tags
133, and
in
it says that the anointing,
Jacques.
how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell in unity. It's like the oil that comes down on the head. That's the headship, right? Say the
All the
president.
way down.
The
I believe that's what we
beard,
call
right,
spinning
is the
toe
leadership
right
and all
here.
that.
It went all the way down Aaron's
And
road.
then it says it comes down upon the body, we the people.
We're
Well, I
hanging back
remember
and forth trying to get a
years
submission
ago,
victory
before the
here.
internet, let me give you an example. So I was praying for
Turning
a
into an
meeting,
inside cradle, the
and
Davy
all of a
Boy
sudden
gets
I
a
saw
two
this
count.
dark-haired woman,
Double
a
X
young girl,
handle
come
keeps
into the
Davy
Oval
Boy
Office
on the
when Bill
mat.
Clinton was
Pulls him back to his corner,
president.
tags in his
And I
brother
saw her
Raymond.
walk into a
Kicks
hallway,
him behind
and
his
the
knee.
president met her, and they had
See,
a
he's
sexual
going
act together. I
for
saw this,
now
and
he's
so
going
I told
My
my
for
wife,
that
husband
and I
leg
said,
submission.
For anyone looking to zero this, don't fire a single shot until you do this.
I think it was in front of you. I'm not sure. I think it was on here, or you were playing it. A woman, it sounded like from Africa.
Okay, that
Her voice.
monkey flip
Was
finally gets
or speaking.
out of
girl.
that predict tags in the
She saw
dynamite
teaching.
kid.
She
Headbutt,
did.
Irish whip by
I saw
dynamite.
TD Jake.
Snap suplex.
Man, I think in TD Jake's house, it don't matter.
Standing elbow
They
drop.
had
Diving
doing
L.
something
Diving
together
headbutt
sexual.
standing up. Looks cover. 2 kick out.
Anyway,
Let's
he
see.
saw Bill
Belly to
Clinton
back
do something
suplex.
with this, and Lewinsky came out and
Goes for
God.
cover here. 2.
and I
Got about
just
the 2
saw
count.
Bill Clinton
But at
having an
about the
affair
2
with some
count
young
made
brown-haired woman in a hallway. I said, I don't even know what I'm saying.
Rougeau
She
put
said,
his
what are you
foot
going
on
to
the
do? I said,
rope
well,
to
I don't
break
know.
the
I'm just going
count.
to pray
Gets
about it. Well,
thrown.
then later on in
Raymond
the
Rougeau gets
conference, in
thrown
front
through the
of
middle rope
lots of people,
outside.
I started
Davey Boy goes
prophesying this,
out
that this is going to
after
happen, right?
had to
And
hit Jacques
the pastor and the pastoral council
to defend
afterwards, they
himself.
pulled me
He
aside and
throws
corrected
Raymond
me.
into
And
the
so,
guardrail
wow,
and
that's not going to happen.
leaves
This and that.
him
Well, it happened 6
laying
months
down.
later. But the word of the Lord was this. This is the principle.
Surprised they're not
Is
trying.
what has been done
As far as
by way
Rougeau's
of
are not
sexual
trying
perversion from the high
to
office of the land shall now touch the children of the land. And you think about
to
how
switch
many
positions,
years, we're talking about
but
recapturing a generation.
got a feeling it's
How many years
because
it
there's
has
too much of a
taken
difference
from
to
that
notice.
perverted act from the high office of the land that was allowed
He's
through
helping his brother in
government,
the ring.
that the
That's good.
government has been behind a lot of sexual perversion that has touched
the
children.
trafficking, the little kids
Then
with
you
that
fast forward to
trans,
Obama,
because it goes all
and
the way down the
he
beard.
lights up the White House, right?
Yeah.
And the gay
Rainbow
flag,
colors
yeah.
announcing,
Obama did
gay
that.
marriage,
Good butt.
same-sex marriage, right? And I remember
Which I believe,
Chop from
Okay.
dynamite.
or
To
or
Raymond.
what you call that when
See.
you go behind.
Setting him up for the running
It's
power
sad.
slam is Davey Boy.
Remember, I fasted for 3
Gets
days when that happened, and I went to God and I said, God, did
Okay,
you
before
know
the
he was
2
going to
count was
light up the
broken
White
up
House?
by
And
Jacques.
I didn't get an answer.
They illegally
And,
switched
so I'm
places,
asking their own
Davey Boy
question.
and Dynamite.
And so finally I said,
Forehead
God, you're not
into the
answering me. And then
corner,
it dawned on me,
goes
Hank, you're
to
not
the
being
middle rope
smart
so he
here.
could
Of
do
course God knew that he
climbs
was
up on
going
the
to light up the
second
White House. I
rope so
changed my
that
question. I said,
he
God,
can do
what
some right
did
hands.
you do?
Gets pulled off,
And he said to
a later
me,
back
the
suplex
answer
by
almost immediately. He said, I turned and I looked at the mercy seat.
Jacques
And
Rougeau.
under my covenant of mercy through my son Yeshua and his blood, and then he spoke and he talked about what was done in the high office of the
Risking
land, which is
disqualification right
same-sex
here.
marriage, would begin
I believe this
to
referee,
bring
by the way,
a perversion, a narrative
was Gorilla's
of
real life,
redefining
Gorilla
on the land. You
Monsoon's
think
real
about
life
how
son, Joey.
woke up, rose up, changing of pronouns, right? The gay movement, gay pride.
Said ministering the 10 count right here.
Again, what happened in the high office of the land.
Well, that's happening. Jacques gets tagged in by Raymond, comes in diving double X handle.
Started announcing
See,
that there's this
gets him up to his feet so you do a scoop slam.
back then. It wasn't on anybody's list.
No.
And suddenly he started
Diving knee
announcing
drop.
this isn't right, that they don't have their own bathroom.
It's like 2 kick out.
And I thought, where did this come from? Why is there a crisis? Where is this crisis? He's
Interesting. X handle across the neck.
Obama introduced it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, their decisions, they cooperate with evil
Dynamite.
spirits, and so those evil spirits now have a license. And then when you vote these people in, it gives legislation, so to speak, in the spirit realm, not just in the natural, for these things to begin to come. And so, fast forward now.
First,
why
he
did I say
distracts
all
the
that?
referee
I
by
said
getting
all that
the
because
drawing
of
the
clip we just
attention.
prayed, for those that
Davey
might keep
Boy.
questioning and saying,
Well, his
well,
brother's
I don't
holding
believe
on
that
to
President Trump
Dynamite.
got on his knees. And
Kicks
I don't
him.
believe that he
Who
prayed. No,
cares
he
what
did.
you
Little bit.
believe?
And
I
because
don't
he
care
did,
what God
he
Then
said,
he
says.
the Lord is
hits
the
him on
God.
the forehead.
Now, from the
Puts him in
high
a
office of the land,
front face like
again,
that tags his
you
brother
see
in.
somebody calling out to God in their simple form.
Sets his
They're
knee up for
acknowledging
him
God.
to
What?
Now,
throw
what
This is a brilliant
Davey Boy
man.
onto his knee. No,
Highly
Davey Boy onto
educated.
his knee like a
He's a
gut
genius.
wrench.
Why do you
And
think
he
God said he
stomps
prayed in
or kicks.
simplicity?
I think it is stomp.
Because in the spirit realm, he's a baby.
Dynamite.
He's just simple before God. He's not the expert. He's not the theologian. He hasn't been saved and knows the Bible inside out.
Who goes
That's
for
why his simplicity.
abdominal
And what did
stretch,
Jesus say? We need to come to him
pulling
like
the tights
child, like
to
Trump.
make it worse.
See how the spirit realm is opposite. This man can rule almost the world. I'm not making him bigger than life, but I'm talking about the intellect and the
When he
genius
gets
God's
in
put in him.
there,
He could almost rule the world
break the
only because of God's gift. But yet he came to God as a child in simplicity, and boom, because it's God doing it, not Trump. And that's
gets in there to break it
Trump
up
would ruin everything,
as
even though
he's
he's a genius.
distracting the
Because
referee without
he's just a
meaning
man.
to. Jacques
When God gave him
Jacques' brother
Jesus,
Raymond
and he
switched
listened to the
positions
Holy
with.
Spirit.
Raymond's doing the same maneuver
starting to see
on Dynamite
the
Kid.
God factor coming on the land. See, this is why I would be on
here
the
that's
panel,
interesting is he
whether it
doesn't
be
just stop with
Flashpoint
the
or different
abdominal
things.
stretch.
And
He
now I
puts
have
his
people
hands
calling
around
me, Hank,
the
just
neck
give
to
it
add
up,
pressure.
give it up, give it up. And I'd say, well, how can I give up on the love of God? God hasn't changed his
They were
mind.
saying give it up because just for people to understand.
President Trump. Well, they were saying give it up regarding President Trump and all that. Give it up. Don't, it's over.
Okay, finally he
American
tosses
finish. Give it up. And I mean, I had
Raymond out of this
people you would know,
predicament.
and I would sit there and I'd say, you know what? I respect it, but I don't respect
Forearm
it because
over
it
the back.
doesn't. It
Gets
doesn't
hit a
sound like
couple of
God
right
because I
hands to
heard
the
God.
gut.
I heard his heart.
Forearm across the
He
face.
trusts me. I trust him.
Not sure what they're gonna go for. This looks like first it's a double leg takedown.
The God
running
factor. You can
splash.
pontificate all day long.
Looks like
you can
2
talk
kick
politics
out
all day long.
by
But if you
Dynamite.
exclude the God factor, listen, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego would have been 3 fried guys.
And they really knew. Oh, they call it a double reverse chinlock. Okay.
What God needed is somebody in the high office of the land to get an agreement with him and the people so that he can come on the land. And this is what we're seeing, and this is why we're coming out of the
Buy
of this
Jacques
season.
Rougeau today
We're
with
moving
2
into a
Dynamite
shift
Kid.
change, right? The
See,
shock factor
And to a
that's going to
swift
accelerate us and our country for the sake of the children. But how about this for Jesus? He's going to get his harvest, and it's going to be bright.
And back when they decided that whoever they is that Trump had actually lost when he didn't.
let me see
when
this.
they other people who are losing their faith, they had it,
Mhm.
and you start to hear things like, "Well, this
He
was
stood up to
trying to
try to
explain
flip
things away.
Jacques, and because the referee was talking to Davy Boy, Raymond comes in and knocks him with the right hand, cheap shot to get him down to his knees.
This was because
They were reasoning with
Still
their
got the double
formula.
reverse chin lock here on Davy Boy. No, Dynamite, excuse me.
Ahead of time that Trump would humble himself like that to call out him on behalf of the nation, so that the nation could be whose God is the Lord. God saw that coming, and while other people were saying and seeing in their mind's eye that
Tags in his brother.
that's what happened. He was going to be president, but at the last minute, God
No,
yanked him.
Raymond did. They throw him into the
That was not what happened.
corner with dropper kicks to the stomach until the referee gets.
And I'm talking about even high level profit.
Gets a shot in the corner. That near takedown by Raymond. To
probably the most,
Dynamite
right?
Kid.
You know,
Now
his
he
words
does a
never
double
fell to the
reverse chin
ground,
lock.
right? He never missed it, blah, blah, blah. And they don't realize that when he went to the house of Jesse marches 7.
That's it. He missed it at the beginning. He didn't want to look at David.
He got in his head. He got into what is called in every prophetic word.
It can't be that little old David. One of these got to be the next game.
This time he's able to stand up and the other referee getting distracted and he backs Raymond up into the corner to break the maneuver. Raymond rolls through, tags in, Jacques kicks Dynamite in the left side of his ribs, and he knocks down Davy Boy with the right hand. Distract the referee because Davy Boy comes in right away. Inside cradle though by
just like
by
Dynamite.
Certain things and it may appear that he's this great big prideful guy. I'm not saying he shouldn't humble himself. We all should, right?
That was a kick out at 2
God
by
had to correct Samuel and say, "But I, the Lord God, I look at the heart."
See,
And
goes for
Samuel even had to process through his human filter. This is why I'm telling you, we need more prophets that prophesy in the now. You know what the now is? Where the fumbling up comes, where the Spirit of God sends. Because sometimes, and I'm all for dreams, I dream, I have visions, I'm all for journaling. But listen, there's times where I read something and then
it's thrown down by Jacques, covered by Raymond. 2 kick out, left shoulder up.
Well, there's room for error there. Yeah. Or how many times have you ever
room for error because you can't remember.
You think, well, no, that's not the right word. Maybe I should say this, right? And then you get in your head.
Then you start
reasoning. What you really are hearing, somebody may not like it, the receiver, right? But when it comes in
this
the
was
now,
the first time in the entire match where tag was made and the referee couldn't see it.
He said, "Hey,
so,
you're going to prophesy risky prophecy."
When Davy Boy came in after tagging himself and tagged in by Dynamite Kid, he gets stopped by the referee.
And they allow God to use them.
No error.
In the now.
No error.
There's less of the human filtering that
Dynamite Kid gets pulled right, pushed right into Raymond.
And back in the green room afterwards, I was talking to one of his
into Jacques, excuse me.
And she was pregnant.
Gets hit with an right elbow by
said something like
Jacques. Knocks him
about
out.
her baby was going to be born. I said, "Oh, I wonder what his name," or something like that.
See,
I said, "Oh,
I think he's going to go for a pin right here.
I don't know why I said that. I don't know why." Jim was saying that she goes, "Speak." He stopped me to speak. First thing that comes out of your mouth, say the first thing, and stick with it. You know. Well, it turns out I was wrong had I stuck with it, but it taught me that he lived by that. He didn't sit there and try and second guess himself.
Knocks down Jacques.
You know, it doesn't
Right.
mean he's
Because if God wants to tell you
He
something
gets
through you,
he
that
tags
is.
the
By the
end.
way,
When
Davey
you
how much
change
Boy,
it,
time do we have?
you just
I just
change
Davey
God's
Boy,
word.
big Irish whip,
Because you change
he's
it.
jumping up for
but no, I just
drop
I'm
kick.
feeling a
Chuck
shift.
holds on to the
There's,
ropes.
I'm
Davey
sensing
Boy
that the Lord wants to
falls.
minister for a moment to
It's
people that are watching.
It's pushed,
And the
it's
reason I say
pulled
that is
or
because I started
positioned
feeling
in the
this
in the
this
ropes.
pain
An Irish
sensation
whip.
in my left leg. And
Ooh,
there's somebody that
he
is watching
forgot. He
right
couldn't
now.
let go,
The
so
You're
word
he
having
knowledge.
excruciating
ran right
pain in
into
the left
Bulldog with the
leg.
knee into
You've
the
had
gut.
problems with blood
Irish
clots
whip
before.
by
This is
reversal
not a
by
blood clot.
British
This has to
Bulldog.
do with something that has to do with hydration,
Ooh.
dehydration. It also has to do with something that you need to start getting up and
I don't
moving
know if
around
it
more. So
was
I speak to that right now,
tripping
and
on
I
his own 2
command that
feet,
pain to come out of your body, but I also
but
give you natural
he
wisdom.
dropped
Move.
Get some
Jacques
fluids in. You're
Rougeau
going to see
over the
that begin
roups
to
in
begin
between
to
Rougeau's
shift
leg,
in your
and
life.
like
There's
I
somebody
said, I
also
don't
that is having a
know
loss of
if
feeling
it was
down in your
because
throat,
he tripped, but I
and
saw him
you've
do
had
that
diabetes in your
to
history of your
Bret
family,
Hart
and
by
that is the
accident
first thing that you
also.
started
Neuropathy.
thinking. That is not what it is.
But it's not neuropathy.
There's
Oh,
something
thank you,
with
Lord.
nerve pain, nerve pinching that is
Um,
it's actually connected back into your spine, and I just
going
see
for
the
the
hand of God
cover,
literally
Raymond
going like
came
this
in
Thank you,
down
Jesus.
your
instead
spine
of
and resetting
hitting
certain nerve endings in your body. In fact, it's not just for that
Davey
person.
Boy
For
with
some
an
of you that
elbow.
are
He ends up
watching today,
hitting
you've
his
been
own
having
tag
like this
partner,
nerve
his brother Jacques.
pain,
Well,
loss
they
of feeling.
throw
You've been having
hit it both
pain. And I literally
each
see
other.
God going
Well,
down
the brothers
spine
into the
and
forehead
even
with the
healing
to the other
spinal
one's
issues,
forehead.
back issues, but really pain. For Jesus took your pain, and I
After
command all pain to
I think it's
come out
Jacques,
now.
it's
In the
his
authority of
forehead. It's
Yeshua's name.
pushed
Jesus, for your
put
pain,
once
I
more time
speak
into
to
the
that, and I
turnbuckle.
say, no more pain in your body.
Gets
You're
along.
being healed in
Davey
the
Boy
name of
lawn
Yeshua
darts.
right now. Now, I also see there's a person right now that you're watching,
The
and
Dynamite
you've
Kid
been having
in
every time
midair
you get
across
up,
the ring with a
get
diving
up from a
headbutt
chair,
on
you have
Jacques.
this dizzy spell to where you feel like you're going
If
to
he
fall
gets
down.
Raymond out of the
Equilibrium's
ring.
been off, and I just touch
Okay, this
my head
was a time limit, so time
and I
limit
say no more dizziness
expired.
right now.
Nobody won the
In fact, I
match.
want you just to do this with your head. I want you to do this because I'm telling you that dizziness is going away. In fact, I see it literally being lifted off of you right now.
Told that person to do this.
Somebody in your left ear, almost like this pain has been gripping your left ear, and it's going down inside of your jaw, and there's tendonitis, sinus, but
Okay.
it's an infection. But I see God absolutely touching your left ear. It's opening. In fact, I just heard like a pop.
So it's just
I
gonna
They
speak and
didn't
declare
like
what you're
the
hearing.
Bulldogs,
Lord,
so
let that pain be
Raymond
removed in your
hit
That happened in my
cheap
ride
shot
here
to
a
one
few
of the
years
Bulldogs, but
ago.
they ran out the ring and ran to
The
the
Lord
back.
healed it.
Yeah, but maybe you can.
It literally popped open like you just
Look
said.
how old you were. Maybe. Very, very young. Now, wait.
All right, I'll stop right here. Thank you and goodbye. Tune in tomorrow as I do part 2, SummerSlam 1988. Goodbye.
There's a woman that's watching. You have a daughter who literally, you have been really upset because the last time that you talked to her, she slammed the contact with her again, and you've been just so worried about her and her whereabouts. And I'm hearing in my spirit that I hear a sound of your phone ringing, and this daughter is about to call. She's going to be in a very, very bad place. I wish I could say it otherwise, but she's been like the prodigal. She has really been in the big fire. She doesn't need a lecture. She's not going to, you don't need to know information, even though that will come at a later time. She choose. But right now, she needs you to do what the father did when the prodigal came back. He fell on the son and didn't ask a bunch of questions. And I'm telling you, this is going to restore not only your family, but it's going to do something in your marriage because you and your hubby have been at odds over this girl. But this is about to shift and change. And God says, you talk about a shift change, you talk about acceleration. This is about to happen very, very quickly. There's also somebody that you've been waiting for a court settlement. You've been waiting for it to be settled, and it's been caught up within the courts. And I just saw a gavel come out of the heavens, and it ruled in your favor. And it just literally shattered this thing that was like a ceiling that had been over you. And the Lord said there is going to come retribution and restitution that's going to come. In fact, I want you just to open your hands now, because the Lord said this thing is being settled not only in the court of heaven, but it's being settled in the court, and it's now going to come and be settled into your hands, and you're going to see the blessing of God fill your hands. In fact, there are some of you that you have been in a season where you are like, God, I have been without work. I can't seem to find gainful employment. I just speak to that right now. And as my hands are out, I just ask that the Father puts his hands on your hands, that he increases the work of your hands. He gives you gainful employment. And he causes your ways to prosper. And whatever you set your hands will begin to prosper. And I say, no more wandering, no more cycle of lack. And I speak now. I declare these things in manifestation for you and you. I hear the name Corey. There's somebody by the name of Corey. God says, I'm about to put an S, and I'm about to make a story to Corey. I'm about to do something completely different with you, Corey. That is going to be a beautiful story. There's been a breakup. There's been heart pain. There's been heartache. God says, Corey, listen to me. Yeshua was sent for your broken heart. And that's what God is doing. And he's adding himself to you, Corey. And you're going to have a beautiful story. And I'm telling you, you need to, listen to me, protect your heart for the next 6 months, especially. And don't let what walked out of your life come back in. It wasn't right, and that's why your heart is broken. God can add to the story. You're set in the new year. You're going to be set on a new path. And yes, the things that you've been praying for are going to begin to come fast. And I'm speaking in the relational realm of God bringing something and someone very special to you. God feel up.
I mean, I love that God's given to. I mean, these are prophetic words, but they're also words of wisdom. They're telling you not only what, but they're telling you what to do about it. I like that. Yeah, that's really good stuff. Really, that stuff is just as important. Man, lots of words of wisdom on that. All the way together with the prophetic. I wanted, before we go, and then we're going to talk about your conference. No, whatever you want to talk about. One thing, and that was number 7, where you were talking about. I wanted people to hear about that. I heard you deliver it live, and I thought, what? So I think it's number 7. Number 7. Which one is that? You can tell me. I have to get my glasses. It's about his part. He was getting his part. He was looking at the Lord. There it is. Okay. I don't know if we had that in video form, guys.
No. Which one is that? I'm trying to see which one it is. 16, 20, 22. Oh, is it about Putin is listening?
Yeah, and then it's about the guy been working on his part. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one from 2025 that I thought was really interesting. That I think is maybe what you're referencing about that May 18th. Or is that the one? What has been major shall become minor.
No, that's recent. But the one they showed was in 22, Hanky! Hanky Spanky! I have to go take her for a walk. I can't believe my AC is running. Look at it outside.
Yeah, 2022, yeah. Is it the one, the seed of Christ in him? That's what you're talking about? It is, yeah. It is the seed of Christ, even from his youth.
And he still goes to church, people.
Call upon my name that spoke in his ears. young boy, turned away. Christ the seed is being planted, and it's beginning to ruin his heart. That's why you've seen a stand. Satan witchcraft. Not in Russia. There's a seed of but he's a murderer. Watch what shall arise. A new kind of leadership in Russia. President Trump in Ukraine. So I released a strange beast, free hand. He's talking about the hands of the fool Zelensky, Putin, and Trump.
He always, the Lord always calls them the fool.
Sometimes, people see, they get their eyes on the narrative.
Remember what Carmen said. There's less about dealing with temptation. You keep your eyes on the Creator and not on His creation.
Say it so that you can see the foolishness that you have believed by your media who lie. There's a seed in one who's called foolishness. Is that what you're talking about? It is the seed of Christ, even from the Jew. His upbringing, even in his general. I don't think Putin cares. Somebody call it Putin. That's what I thought it was. I don't know. If people are going to be that hung up by it, they just need to get a class. He's talking about the hands of the fool Zelensky, Putin, and Trump. They're all going to be aligned. But here's what people have to see again. He talked about Samuel. Sometimes, people see, they get their eyes on the narratives that are coming from the news media, right? And the pictures that they often call it propaganda or misinformation. And they don't know the heart of someone. I had a guy, I won't mention their name, but I've prophesied things about. I guess I better say Putin because people in Britain say you pronounce it wrong. I don't think Putin cares. Somebody call it Putin. That's what I thought it was. I don't know. If people are going to be that hung up by it, they just need to get a glass of water. But here's the point. The point is, again, I had a leader come to me and they said, hey, guy, listen to the prophetic words that come from your ministry and such. And I actually sit with Putin and what you are prophesying, there's no way you would know these things. Wow. It's right. Now, here's what I want to say. I'm not taking sides with Ukraine and Russia. I've been to both. I've ministered to people in high places in both seats of government and in the churches in both Russia and Ukraine. And I love them. I love those people. I love their culture, Ukraine and Russia. But here's what you have to look at. Why is it that the fake news and the liberal were playing with dollars disappear, and a laptop is part of a serious connection to Ukraine and to Biden and to the liberals. And then why is there this connection of a scapegoat of Russia that we're now seeing was true? They made up the whole thing about Russia collusion. Why is Russia being the scapegoat? Why is Putin being the scapegoat? Why are they trying to make it out to Trump that you have this secret thing to destroy, blah, blah, blah. And when you're looking to the fake media to be your voice of truth,
you already know.
Okay. And whatever the and whatever the media is telling you that they're lying about, the devil only announces what he is afraid of. Right? He announces, he advertises what scares him. And he is afraid of the seed of Christ that is in Russia, the people, but there is a seed of Christ in people. And it's going to rise. And there's going to be a new kind of leadership in a new Russia that's going to rise. And there's also a seed of Christ.
Does that mean it's not Putin? It's not the
population of Ukraine, they had a lot of Christians. And still do. But there's a seed.
The remote.
Okay.
They made up the whole thing.
Push with the table, I can't.
Okay. That's another reason why it's important to lose weight.
Mm-hmm.
Where you at? The remote. Oh, it's just right. They didn't the edge. I don't know if you noticed.
I didn't notice.
You noticed where it was? Yeah. Yeah. It pushed it to it. Let me finish this. I'll use the bathroom when I take somebody for WALK. OUTSIDE. She may understand English. Did you hear what Carlos called me?
What?
It's a Spanish thing, Mama.
Oh, yeah.
Mama.
about Russia collusion. Why is Russia being the scapegoat? Why is Putin being the scapegoat? Why are they trying to make it out to Trump that you have this secret thing to destroy, blah, blah, blah. And when you're looking to the fake media to be your voice of truth, you're not very prophetic. Okay? And whatever
that's the truth right there. That's the
and whatever the media is telling you that they're lying about, the devil only announces what he is afraid of, right? He announces and advertises what scares him, and he is afraid of the seed of Christ that is in Russia, the people, but there is a seed of Christ in Putin. And it's going to rise. And there's going to be a new kind of leadership and a new Russia that's going to rise. And there's also a seed of Christ in Ukraine. I mean, at one time, the population of Ukraine, we had a lot of Christians and still do. But there's a seed there that is going to bring out of the ashes something beautiful. And it's going, God's going to get his way in both nations, and he's going to bring them together.
You know, the natural, is it true? The natural, how we say it is, has made it illegal to have Satanism in Russia.
Yeah, that's what the Lord was saying. Yeah,
well, that's a huge thing, and we don't even have that here, right?
And Satanism all over here. Well, again, what's done in the high office of the land comes on the land. If there's that honor to God, from the leader of Russia, okay. And here's the other thing. He also is saying we only recognize traditional marriage in Russia. So if you've got that now, think about what happened in our country under Obama, right?
Yeah.
Look at what's happening with them.
No, you need salt because you can hurt your feet. That's the wrong wall.
Just that my feet itch when I home.
Okay. And you have a phone?
Get it?
You can't walk without a phone.
What, is it going to hurt me?
Whether it's a prophecy
Just
or a
kidding.
vessel.
No, if you need help, you have to
We
phone.
tend to look at people sometimes and we start making fun of them. I mean, there's people that make fun of me. Who cares? I don't care. It doesn't matter. And the point is, they don't know this heart. This heart is trusted by God. And that is very, very important to be trusted by God. Because when God called Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, 3 prophets, Miriam was called a prophetess, Exodus 15. Exodus 7, Aaron was called a prophet. Moses, we know, was a prophet. Hosea 12, I think, verse 13. And God called him out, and he said, "It's going to be a prophet among you," talking to Aaron and Miriam. "I speak to them in visions and dreams." God wasn't honoring their office because they crossed the line in getting into criticism, right? Touching what was trusted by God. And God said, "Moses is different than you two. I trust him. He's faithful." And I talk to him at a whole nother level of prophetic intimacy and revelation. I talk to him face to face, heart. And so that's what we've got to protect. And that's why we've got to watch our mouths and don't judge things inaccurately. Right?
And that also, this is just a wisdom part of the thing I'm asking for. Sure. That extends to if you see, well, Russia, Putin is cozying up to Xi and Kim Jong Un or and they're strategizing against Trump. That's what the news media is saying.
Yes. And we trust the fake news. This is what people don't realize. We the last 5 years. Why are we believing their narratives today? Why are we believing that anything that they're showing us is true? I'm not saying that all of it is false, but a good majority of it is, and it's being proven out. But here's what we have to remember in closing: we're under a global mission that has the God factor attached to it, and it's a global reset. I was taken up above the earth March 15th of 2020, before the COVID hype and all that happened, and God showed me the earth. It was dark, and
I got certified on
had a very authoritative voice. I don't know if it was the Lord or an angel, but they were standing by me and said, "Divine reversals, divine reset," and a light went out and hit the earth, and it hit America and began to push the darkness out. So what's my point? We're in the days of a global reset. That's what the globalists were saying. They were advertising for Satan. Again, again, they were advertising what they were afraid of. What was
and keeping social media. Keeping. All right. Now we're gonna take a walk. Come on. We're gonna take a walk. Hey, baby. We're gonna go through another way. Through the front door again. Let's go through here. I don't want to confuse you. Confuse you. Father, thank you for protecting us as we go outside. This means walk freely. Your angels surround us. Yes, we May I please have a chance to take this off of you? Oh, you feel wonderful for it. Oh, dress in my shoe. And look at you. You and some grass and boy. I'm gonna do what you boy. Okay. Last night, 31 overtime. Congratulations, coach. All righty, you guys. Today, as we talk about like birthday battles, we got that's when we were out and about on the lake. Let's get you caught up with some summer highlights.
Everyone's been talking about a lot of fun. The oldest QB in the league made history. He has so much more left in the tank. 7 new head coaches in the NFL. These are tough jobs. Right. Michael's a special talent. Might be the best pass rusher in football.
All right, you guys, we got to start talking big picture here, though, and then we'll you. Biggest storyline that you're looking for as we start 2025.
Yeah, I think with that Michael trade, I think the balance of I think we would all Detroit in that division for Michael coming in. This thing totally changed. Packers, they don't usually make moves like this, right? I was watching. Like Michael Parsons ain't going nowhere. Immediately after that, Michael Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. And when I look at the Packers season last year, they leaked really early, right? All of them, they lost. They win any division game.
Okay, I'll put a mouse trap where I used to put these. On top where the kebabs are. The stick.
The ball and give it to the quarterback.
Looks like it's top there. So really,
now that the Packers just traded for Michael Parsons, Green Bay is now wins the game.
Green Bay on there. Oh, because they have. Oh, my goodness.
Circle week 4 on that day as Packers.
Only one man, right there. It's only one man. Don't take a team.
Well, we said the other day how Saints lost their identity when Drew Brees retired.
He didn't win it by himself. So he was great.
Mhm.
Who is that Edelman?
Looks like it.
Yeah, that's him on the. He looks better on TV than in Walmart.
Then what?
Walmart. His pictures on the Reebok thing at Walmart. You never noticed?
I don't see Reebok over there, so I don't know.
Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl. Is he going to be the Big Ben who gets 2, or is he going to surpass Patrick Mahomes? You got a bunch of, you got Jared out there. Justin Herbert in Brazil. Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
We walked down and you know I'm sure of the bread. Look at him short of the bread.
Burrow. He's in looking like Johnny Cat. There are so many good quarterbacks right now. The next guy to Patrick Mahomes.
Well, you bring up Patrick Mahomes, and that's what I look at for this big thing and sort of there's the Chiefs, the king, in my opinion, of the AFC. You know all about that being in New England, right? You had 11 straight division titles. Kansas City has had 9 straight division titles, albeit they lost to the Chargers in Brazil the other night. But they also lost week 1 back in 2023 and went on.
Yeah, but I don't think they gave us the confidence.
That's the European tour they go. That's the European tour. Give me.
My thing is,
I didn't know that guy really, it must be, it looked like. I'm telling you. That's why even Shane said it was there.
Let's go a little bit more specific.
See, you think Carol has a look.
I don't know.
That's not real. That's just
How's Brock Purdy going to react to a really high-paid quarterback? Is Ricky Pearsall going to step up and become a receiver that they need him to be? Let's jump over to the Seahawks. Sam Darnold. Is this the Sam Darnold of last year with KOC and the Minnesota Vikings? Or is it the Sam Darnold of the New York Jets who sees ghosts? Because
I knew the Cetaphil would help my left leg.
Storylines going into this game.
Well, that's what I mean. It helped the itch.
Yeah, I think what's going to be a recurring theme on your show is travel. And of course, there's all the comparisons to me playing
stop.
He played every snap, almost every football game. So, you know what I did. But for me, people ask the question, can he play both ways in the NFL? I mean,
Who is that?
All the snaps.
Yeah.
I think that's
That's
the wrong
Jaguars. Travis.
But my question is, I want to see how much they play in the day and how effectively.
I'll call you up this morning. Cool weather, no
Well, you mentioned talent.
I am okay. Sometimes
Jersey, my all year long. It's Jay Glazer, ladies and gentlemen.
Jay Glazer.
You and Travis are a two-way player. Summer, but
I wanted to tell me I'll take it off.
No, baby, I don't have to pay attention. All the years that is what you still refuse. Just tune it out.
My time on Matthew Stafford to thank that Aaron Rodgers there. Let me explain this. Early on, that time they started. The clubhouse was probably
You in the clubhouse, I'll follow you in the
Doghouse, courthouse, even your mama's house.
Matthew Stafford thanked that he ended up doing a team-friendly deal. Yeah, for me, was in the Green Bay Packers. And the Green Bay Packers, how do we come?
That's the only folk gospel bill that Mr. Farnsworth dropped the lawsuit, and then he ran the lawyer out of town. He could even took the broom to pretend like he was Mr. arms her. And he said, "You get back here, you little whippers."
Dan Quinn's loses defense coordinator Michael Parsons with the Cowboys, and Jim Franklin, the head coach at Penn State, said, "Give me some tips. Well, I need to know to get the best out of him." And both said the same thing. Make sure you challenge him. If you challenge him, you can do so many things with this guy who's got the limit.
Doesn't be bored out there, and he won't be. Jay, we appreciate it. You're going to be back with us a little bit later. You've got a bunch of insights and information. So happy to have you with us. We're going to take our first break, but when we return, can the Bengals finally change their early England strikes? And here's what else is coming up in the next hour.
Coming up on Fox NFL Kickoff is New Year, New Russ. EA catches up with New York's Russell Wilson ahead of a giant debut. Plus, can the sequel live up to the original? Colin Coward on the second-year QBs expanding their cinematic universe. Later, Cooper Search watches his new Commander in Creek on the season 11 premiere of The Manning Hour. And if anyone can cover a talent like Jags, it's replacement winner Charles Woodson. No two ways about it. Keep watching. You won't want to miss what's up next.
Hey guys, get a Little Caesars pizza deal. 2 large pizzas, $4.99 each.
You get a pizza. You get a pizza.
You get pizza.
Get 2 pizzas for $4.99 each. Online only. Little Caesars. For real pizza.
You get super cream.
You know nothing. You touched it down.
I think they used the mechanical deer.
Mechanical who?
Deer
I don't see nothing.
on a Papa John. No, Little Caesars.
Well,
I think they used the mechanical deer because it's picking up his hooves talking to the people. Hmm. Right. Because they used to have Grand Mortal ride a mechanical horse in the first season. Horse.
he didn't know how to ride a horse?
No, it.
I don't remember him telling me. Remember, I could
Has the same principle. Stationary bike.
I could have sworn I saw him on the opening page of the original IPDs that was so boring, just running around. But I don't know. How did you sure get in the white clothes, boy? This
I
ain't
don't
no
know.
white shirt.
I don't
These
know.
ain't no white clothes, boy. The shirt don't know its own color. It want to be white. It ain't no white shirt.
Hey, Mom, I'm gonna get to it.
That's your ammo. That's my ammo.
I'm reading the news about the Bengals. The last 3 years have had a reputation of having slow starts in their season. The last 3 years, they've had 0-3, um, a 0-3 record in the beginning. Yes, Sam, I believe so. And I just thought, like Hawk said a couple of times, it's good for us, bad for you. So that's what I thought. Bad for y'all, good for us, because they're a division rivalry to the Steelers. Mhm. She does. Can I have one of them?
I don't know how many calories that is. I always look at them the other day and I said, no. I know a cup of grapes is really, that's good. It's a lot, but I don't know how many bananas you can have. That's a difference. So get you from the calories from banana. Of course, if you go to a small or medium, you can have an extra large, just way too much food. Can't believe that wreath, that wreath.
90 calories.
So what size?
Small.
Okay, go to a medium. I wonder how much those grapes were. Let me see. Let me look at 110 for a cup of grapes.
Medium is 105 calories.
Oh, it's about the same as a cup of grapes at medium.
Hmm.
How about a large?
121.
Okay.
And remember, it's fruit. That's why it's over 100. It's fruit.
Yeah, but at least it's better than sugar or
Hmm.
fried
That's my
donuts.
point.
Okay, yeah. Now,
Hmm.
if I was you, I wouldn't buy more than one or two bananas at a time because they'll go bad.
Mhm.
What do you think about management? Well, I'm gonna open the door to- don't want to- Love you. Still not hungry, man.
Yes, and I'm hungry.
What you
Well, you said something about eating the chicken today.
want? Okay.
How about
What you gonna eat? You gonna eat that cabbage with the chicken, or you gonna have your rice with some vegetable?
rice
Okay.
with a vegetable?
Okay. Well, open the can of what you want.
Okay.
This thing goes through tremendous upheavals.
You know, they still do NFL Mobile. You run out of ideas quickly when you do fear of missing out on football.
Uh-huh.
So they stopped that, but they still do NFL Mobile.
I don't know what that is.
Fear of missing out on football. That was what that was the
She just said she
proponent.
giving them ideas.
Yeah, that's what it was about. NFL Mobile and was what they used. It's how they use fear of missing out on football
Okay.
as a
Did you switch it to
proponent for
another
that.
thing? You didn't tell me. It's the
Yes,
same
Sam.
thing.
It's the same thing, but they're promoting the mobile.
Oh, okay.
It's just
You
same
watch it
thing.
on mobile?
Hmm.
Man, you must have some gigabytes or whatever to be able to watch it on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Probably expensive, huh?
Not really.
Connecting with the home listing. That's why Homes.com connects you directly with the home listing agent.
Just like watching Peacock or
Homes.com's comprehensive search layers cover an array of
WWE
environmental
Network, the
factors in
original
just
one.
a few clicks.
It costs, but
Provide
not that
homes with the
much.
most flood, fire, and noise air factor.
If you're not careful, you can just have that. It's
In an area
still going to be expensive. It won't be $100 a month, but
silence. That's better. Everyone will sleep soundly in a community with a lower sound factor. Want a better search experience? Homes.com is the home search you've been searching for.
For year 28 of bringing voice to profit. We've got so much on our plate today. We'll bring John Ian here in just a minute, a little early. We'll run a quick slide. Then we're going to begin talking a little bit about so he's got lots of other things besides that, but a lot's hitting the news like that today. So we'll rich in that real quick. So, all right, without further delay, let's play that.
Praise the Lord. I'm so happy. I've been blessed. As a pastor, I've spent 34 years on this village. When I got there,
That's an interpreter.
God and told me to preach the word of God to action. And fetching water for old people, for the elders. I wanted to make sure that they get water.
So he has to fetch water for the old people as a pastor. He wants to show Jesus in action. And Elijah's dreaming with my little $25 help get a real.
Thank
you. God. And I thank God bless you.
He's so excited for a simple water and we take it for granted. Look at the kids in this class. Well, you have to find something else to do now, Pastor. You got a well now with old people. They can do it themselves. I do, dear. I do.
Okay, Cal.
Who said that?
Cal. Now we can call him Pastor Cal. Youth Pastor Cal.
35 years he's been doing it, bringing water,
30.
from 30 places a long ways away, and giving it to them. But then you, all our viewers and listeners, came along with that water recharge. So, in the local area, there are some Muslims in the surrounding areas of this mission base, but in order to use their water, even if you're Muslim, you have to pay. And if you are a Muslim who converts to Christ, you can't use water whether you pay or not. So this water is free of charge and it's available to them. If you did that for them, so those old people who are getting their water,
Muslims are evil. Evil.
And everyone in between is being blessed because of their generous giving. So thank you over and over and over again. We're doing a new well every single day, 30 wells a month. And we don't want to slow down. We're at 400 something wells.
You know what baffles me about this whole debacle? People telling us to accept the Muslim religion. Do you know what baffles me? The only argument they can make that all we do is say homosexuals can't get married, they conveniently forget the Muslims do worse than that.
Oh, but they don't care, Daniel. They don't care.
All right, so there's that. Let's bring it back.
Hamas killing and baking children, babies, beheading babies. Free Hamas, free Palestine. Americans. Nuts. Jerry Jones.
We usually have Andrew Santini every so often come on, but because gold is taking off, we don't have time to schedule it.
What happened?
I just wanted to remind
Bosworth.
Oh, it's just a different thing. That's for college football. Brian Bosworth.
They said this is not a college town. I noticed that. So that's why they have Jones. Okay.
We're going to talk about that in a second. Both gold and silver are taking off, and we're going to play a
Shane confused him with
Say
Moose.
what?
Shane confused him with Moose.
Yeah, I don't know why. They don't look alike at all.
They say they have a good thing, but I have more trust in the middle. But the silver stick is in a multiplying on itself faster than multiplying.
I don't know. You know, I don't know what silver and gold will go to ultimately. I know a lot of projections are
I'm building myself up all right. It didn't take long for my feet to stop hurting.
God, God.
I'm not gonna stop, I promise.
I know I heard most of that. Let's try to find where we go.
I can find it on here.
Where we left off.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and okay, nice. Unit 74, 78, okay, well. I don't see any rainfall. It's okay. I'm gonna leave it on 11 so I can take the dog out. Mm. Track Sedona's present.
Yes, I can track her present.
I hope we come from to Mamu. The children
Supposed to come in tomorrow, Mom.
says that.
I told you that.
So I thought you told me Tuesday, but it's already different than we.
Arriving tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. So you never know with them. Okay. Donna told me Rebecca's out of her house
Mm-hmm.
and she's and she goes to the front door and waits for me. That's so sweet. T-Boy used to do that at the trailer around 5 o'clock when he wasn't working. It was 5 o'clock and I was getting off to the work. So T-Boy at the front door.
Yes, and he was always in the front door.
That one night I went to the night and broke Richard. With Susan. He stayed at the front door. He never been. He got something wrong. Yeah, and it's all over my face. Anyway, Thursday, if it's time for me to leave it to Donna, I'm gonna ask you to stay up and give a key. What's it called? Mine's all over the place. To the tow truck, man. Oh, we'll have to clean out the truck. Might as well not put it on. I just thought about that big bag and change uniform. of $1.18 on this money's card. Okay,
All right.
that's gonna help. It almost paid my drink, my coffee. Ah, you're not. You want your food? Okay, I got your food out the other day. I mean, a few minutes ago, you said no. Mean? Oh yeah, mean. Can't afford you. Can you afford it, Daniel?
Yes, I am.
You can. Okay, would you like to buy the next series? Not be me. Or next whatever kebabs or sticks, whatever. You haven't bought any at all,
I know.
and I'm not making you feel guilty, but I'm offering you that.
Mama, I've thought about buying them.
Yeah, you're gonna share, and share. Like, I might as well just go. I still have stuff to take out the truck. Oh, but they don't belong to Shane that I know of. Big old bag. Oh, if you need.
I will. Enter. Had a feeling they added. I want to say thank you. Um, when I see how I've changed my philosophy in life, when I look at WWE and I look at all forms of wrestling on TV, and I just think, how can I use watching it to help me learn about how I want to present myself? It's like you brought that back to me the other day, and ever since then, I've been realizing that's the answer. I was right to want to be a manager. Was wrong to question not myself, question what you put in me. Because I honestly, one of the one of the main things about being a manager that I always thought was amazing is how they didn't have to be part of the match to play a big part in the match. All it takes is the dialogue they do. That has always amazed me. I didn't realize that that should have been what it was all along. So thank you, Father God, for that. Oh, that's interesting. Throughout all the days of my life, give yourself confidence. You're holy, and you're redeemed.
Of the pregame AC starts at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. These two teams got off to different starts this year. It's time for Precision Preview brought to you by GMC. Guys, I'm going to throw it out there. It's only week 2, so it's not a must-win. You don't need to win.
Chiefs next Sunday at 4 Eastern on Fox.
I think they have all. And anytime there's a great team or a great player, you want your reputation. And this was going to be it. Now with the loss week 1, I think it magnifies that. And 3 plays on the offense, 3 plays into the game. Xavier Worthy went down with that shoulder injury. What's his status? Actually, Xavier Worthy actually dislocated that shoulder the moment Travis Kelce hit him. When he got to the ground, the Chiefs popped it back in. So here's the deal. Getting a second opinion today. There was a labral tear in there. There was no bone fractures, which helps it out. The decision now is to do the surgery now. They do it in the offseason. They do it in the offseason. They could continue to play this year, and they're just going to have to monitor it. But he won't be full strength. He gets he's getting a second opinion hurt early. Hey, let's talk about the Chiefs offense. They didn't score a touchdown in the first half of this game. Didn't score a touchdown in the first half of the Super Bowl either. Has the rest of the league figured out something about KC's offense?
I don't think so. Look, when you don't play the entire preseason, I don't care if you are Mahomes or Kelsey or anyone else, you're just sharp. I thought the second half the Chiefs came back. I thought they played well. I thought both tackles, the rookie left tackle out of Ohio State, 74, 71, the right tackle, they weren't on the cadence together. All in all, I thought the second half the Chiefs came back. But San Diego was very impressive.
Losing Worthy early, it helped. And I do think that you made a point not playing in the preseason. You guys have a collision like that. They shouldn't be near each other. All right, the story after the game with Jalen Hurts and the big hooks around the world. What do you do with the Eagles with Jalen Carter?
Well, I can tell you they shall go up to Jalen Carter and say, hey, we need you, buddy. We need that pass rush. We need you in the run game as well. You're a complete player. Look what happened. They were passing all over us on the field because we couldn't get to the quarterback. Jalen Carter, a special player. They need him. Hopefully he learns from this situation and can continue to be a beast out on the football field. Just keep it in between the whistles, buddy.
You know, when you got a great player like that, you walk up, no matter how bad he messes up, and say, hey. For the game next week.
Fernandez, I don't know what they are, but with some barbecue.
You know what, you guys are short-sighted, man. Give me all 3. Why limit? There you go. When we come back, we're going to get back to today's game. Travis Hunter makes his much-anticipated debut. We'll tell our own two-way star, Charles Woodson, what we can expect to see in his first game. And later, the GOAT Tom Brady will get it set for an NFC East rivalry between the Giants and Commanders. All that and more as we get closer to the kickoff of our first Sunday.
On a troubling Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Our first away game and we're lost. Pull over.
And more Dr. Pepper.
What is this?
Kids, why aren't they watching college football?
Nobody's tailgating?
They know it's Saturday.
Hey, you know how to get to the football stadium? We don't kick off on Sunday here.
Jerry Jones? We gotta get out of here. Wait.
College football, it's a Pepper thing.
At Burger King, celebrities don't rule the menu. You do.
Hey, honey, what do you want? A barbecue brisket waffle would be cool.
We hear you. Try the barbecue brisket Whopper today.
The state showdown begins. The floor premieres September 24th on Fox.
Aren't you going for dinner?
No, I've got it for fun.
Thursday, it's a baseball night in America on Fox. Rice in on another big round. It's a special baseball night.
I need to be the doctor that every patient comes with a price.
Baseball night in America. 6:30 on Fox.
Neighbor state, neighbor doing neighbor.
An all-new season of The Floor, September 24th on Fox.
Correct. The chief model of the record.
Okay, what do we have today?
Oh, it's week one chaos, Doctor.
Cowboys, no more punching TVs, okay? Got 16 games left. I won.
Say it, Jerry.
Hey, what are you guys doing? You can't put that up in here. Take it down.
Oh, number one.
Some stores in those spinning zones. Unlike Eagles Cowboys. Raiders, you look different.
Yeah, we totally changed our look. You like it?
Ask them again in week 8.
No player, Dr. Fantasy Football Team. Congratulations. It's a wide receiver. Yeah.
Whose kid is that?
That's Harry.
Really small. How'd the QB swap go? Oh, I'd say it's a complete success. I guess so. Sounds all right? I know. I got a head start. Lions coming off is off the top. Quarterback got waited. Offensive wizard Daniel Motown rival Chicago Bears. While defense Denver's job offense, Kelvin Shaq on defense as the new coordinator. Offseason. Let's go. I used to losing both of the coordinators every year because they don't know who bad that day. And I'll play it. He lost the head coaching job now. That just shows where the Lions organization is now. And don't expect the defense to really be any different because they promoted with different linebacker coach, Kelvin Shepard. Scheme because he was the coordinator last year, Aaron Glenn. There's a learning curve on the offensive side of the ball because they want to have a passing coordinator from Denver. But expect that still be a high-powered offense because we have that player like Jared Goff. So they're still going to put up points and they're going to lead off from where they were last year and be down. So it's a fascinating year. It's kind of they won 11 games last year. They were 1-5 in the division. Jordan Love injured week 1 in Brazil, and I don't think he was healthy for the majority of the season. I'm not sure if he's ever healthy. He struggled with turnovers. The wide receiver struggled with drops. Bottom 5 in drops. They couldn't get pressure. Like Parsons takes care of that. Jordan Love that they had to go down the stretch. They're golden. Speaking of golden, they're number 1 pick. And all the talk about him being the number 1 receiver they wanted for a couple of years. I think this team MVPs as well, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Now, since they were both drafted in 2018, the Bills have the third most wins in the regular season. The Ravens, well, in the NFL. Of course, they both trailed the Ravens, and Patrick Mahomes has never lost to either team. So, TV, this is a regular season matchup to start the year. But these two teams is a physical.
Well, it is. Listen, so hard when you're that good. When you come from Baltimore, not think let's get to the playoffs. Neither one of these teams is not just a Super Bowl. It's hard to believe that you can have two MVPs in the league. One of them, look, Jackson for Baltimore, the quarterback last year, 41 touchdowns, passes 900 and something yards rushing. All right, that screams MVP. He lost it to the other guy, Josh Allen. The only thing I can see that changes is it makes the difference between these two teams and maybe these two quarterbacks is this. When you get in these big games that get you to the Super Bowl, you got to find a comfort zone you've never been in before. Because if I point out one thing how Michael Gross, it's this. When you look at the last 2 years for the Baltimore Ravens, so what's the difference? Turnover. 3 turnovers against Kansas City at home, mind you, and then 3 turnovers in Buffalo last year, and they lose both of those games. Clean up the turnovers, find a comfort zone.
Yeah, I love Buffalo. Yeah, and I love Josh Allen. I love everything he represents. I love James Cook. This is a great team that they have right here. But they're 0-5 between them and Baltimore and Buffalo. 0-5. So they got to get over that hump. But I almost feel like this season isn't so much about KC, but those two get each other. I think they come down to that. But you look at Buffalo, they put everything into this season. They won the division 5 years straight. They have 20 of 22 starters returning. They brought in Joey Bosa. They have loaded up for success this year because they're looking for that one piece to get them over the edge. And I feel like this is the year that Buffalo shows up to make a shot like Baltimore. I feel I can determine who we feel. Yeah, that's like big matchup. That's it wrong. But right now, we're going to let you know that once again, they make a shot at free money on our sports app by playing next month. One of the questions today. Who will have the most receiving yards? Maybe it will be the Ravens. Here's Jamar Chase. When we come back, we'll get you all set for the early games here on Fox. Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers have their division title. Bucky Irving certainly has gone a long way in hoping that is officially for his second season. Bryce Young turned it around at the end of last year. How was the cool game in Jacksonville as they take on Travis Hunter and the Jaguars?
Fox NFL Sunday is brought to you by Verizon. The NFL is powered by Verizon 5G.
As an official sponsor of the NFL, Jersey Mike's wants you, Eli Manning, to be our new spokesperson.
I'm in. I love Jersey Mike's. Hold on. Jersey Mike's spokesperson? You're stealing my job.
I don't want to steal anything.
Lies.
Eli. I just love these subs.
You'll be here, my boy. Very good. Jersey Mike's, a sub of anti, a sub of love.
How did you become the capital of Fame?
I've always been passionate about no fees or minimum sunshine. What's your one?
Your verdants, hold it up high. You might not be relatable, but you're still family. You don't just give an extra hand. You give your whole heart and a whole rock muscle. Because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter. This is your goal. Together, the market fight.
Imagine if we could tell everyone here that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save people hundreds. Oh, what's this? What's this? Put up my head. It's not what it thinks. I know. And the control says only pay for what you need. live, local, and primetime games on mobile with the NFL. NFL Plus. NFL. Start Saturday strong with Big New Saturday. Quarterback Dante Moore and Oregon take on Northwestern. With Big New Saturday on Fox.
Well, half hour to kick off, so let's get our feedback by Travis Hunter last year cleaned up in college, winning both the offensive and defensive player of the year awards. He's the only player ever to do that. He was on his way to taking the Heisman Trophy, which from our Charles Woodson did back in the day. Vince was asked to play both days at the University of Michigan. What he reminds us of it does, because we both want to do. But what he won't let you do is define him as an offensive player. But what will be defined by him play that. My guy, what's up with you, man?
Nothing much.
Feeling good?
Yes, sir.
I was camping everything.
Great. Yes, sir. Ain't nothing like it.
You're in the league, man. See if you're aware of it. Oh, you put up this anytime. When I was a young player, my second year in the NFL, I got to play a little bit of offense. And Charles Woodson is coming on the field. Yeah, see my package. Reminds where I'm from. He's running it up. Yes, but here in Jacksonville, they lean in so you can have both sides of the ball. Why are you your pastor to do it?
Just my mindset. I go out there every day and show the guys that I'm gonna work.
And with the second pick,
took a chance on me, so why not go ahead and go all out? So
Travis Hunter. Yes, Hunter. What? Out.
Travis Hunter is a unit. We're never going to see this again.
Travis Hunter. He reminds me of like Charles. Sit on the Heisman now. Winner. They try to compare my career and your career. Travis Hunter. But man, what you did so much different. I would say you're much more like Shohei Ohtani.
That's a great answer.
Meeting, and I go to offensive unit meetings, and I get touch the teams like this. Thank you.
Yeah, almost that on my hands. It's gonna be your first NFL game.
Yeah.
What do you think is gonna be going through your mind when you come out that tunnel?
Just get one on my team. That's all I think about. I'm out there just being happy, getting the energy for the team. But after the game, it's definitely gonna hit me. I grew up 4 hours from here, so I definitely gonna be super proud of myself for keeping the coach out.
Okay, so it's 4th and 10, it's the fourth quarter. Would Travis rather be the receiver catching the game-winning touchdown? Or do you want the game stealing interception?
Never answered that question.
You can't be both at the same time. Congratulations to you. You know I'm a big fan. Welcome to the NFL.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And as you can see, right, this kid Travis Hunter, he eats, drinks, and sleeps football. Yeah, all he wants to do is get onto the field. He understands all the hype that everybody's talking about. What's he going to do? How many plays is he going to play? He just wants to get out there and show the world his talent, man. I for one, I can't wait to see him go out there and perform. Anyway, he wants to fish and play football. I mean, he's a likable kid. He's a smart kid. You got to be smart to play both sides of the ball. You get it. It's a challenge. Dan Cole was brought in. Trevor Lawrence had moments early on. He's kind of somewhat regressed. Maybe the talent around him. Certainly, Hunter brings some talent down there that's unique, and they've got another young guy going last year. I think that's big for them. Play wide receiver because that's where you score points. Lester Hayes, Mike Hayes, they didn't have to go into meetings to be able to play college. Play slot and how he's like receiver. He is on defense. However, the coach says he's going to play defense and obviously passing down second, third down. So he's still going to work it back season. Over time, we expect you to do more and more on both sides of the ball. I said, eventually, we start on both sides of the ball. I said, at some point, yes, I don't know if it's going to happen this year, but that's our hope one day. All right, that football game's going to be up at the top of the hour. Another one is Cincinnati against Cleveland. Michael, the Bengals trying to get off the back start with the last three teams, the only team to start. But I think what's different this year, all the stars are happy and all the stars are healthy. You know, they paid Jamar Chase, they paid T. Higgins, they gave Henderson some money to come back in there who led the league in sack last year. But you know what? This Bengals team, of course, Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Led the league in passing last year. That guy had Jamar Chase. Led the league in receiving. I mean, these guys all based off 4 games scored 30 points or more. That means on the Al Golden comes over from Notre Dame, a lot of pressure on him to really turn that defense around to get the team. We're going to see some kick. Yeah, just get Hey, how happy would you and I be if we made $30 million a year? It's not about the money. It's not about happy. I am so happy. I tell you how happy I'd be. What are you talking about? I'm talking about, you say how happy they are. The whole team is happy. Wow. Cleveland over there. They're not happy. I got a little Flacco, 40-year-old quarterback. Folks, I'm not a fast guy. I'm talking more than anybody else. We know that, but it's 1999. There's been 40 different starting quarterbacks in Cleveland. You show me a winning organization, I'll show you a head coach that has a great quarterback built for it. They don't have that in Cleveland. I think Dylan Gabriel, the third-round pick out of Oregon, is the answer. Maybe I thought it was. They moved him out to Las Vegas with the Raiders. Cleveland, Flacco. I like Flacco. He'll do a good job, but look at Dylan. Let's go to the AFC North and the NFC South. Gronk and the Bucs and Falcons. Yes, the Atlanta Falcons have a ton of talent across the board. A first-round quarterback, first-round tight end, wide receiver, and running back. But how can Michael Penix, the quarterback, distribute that ball so that talent equals production? Because that's not always the case, especially over the last 3, 4 years with the Atlanta Falcons. And on the other side of the ball, Tampa Bay, Baker has a lot of talent, and he knows how to get that ball distributed to that talent. With wide receiver Mike Evans, going to have another great year, 1,000+ yards every single season. First round wide receiver that they took that very high end, at the very high end. So expect the Bucs to dominate and put up major points. You don't know my Bucs. I really do. Mike Penix is beginning of Atlanta. It is now the Russell Wilson time in the Giants. It must still cook. Aaron Andrews chopped it up with the former Super Bowl champ. About to start for his 14th in the last 5 seasons. Khalil Neighbors hoping that he proved to be a winning combination with Russell Wilson.
I'm not really one for the spotlight. And there is some great yet. I always seem to get primo parking. I don't have to be a VIP to get more than just savings with God. Every customer gets tip top service with 24/7 bar friendly. I know this. Can I get a picture? Yeah, it's not like you run into animal celebrities every day. Stop the car! Stand corrected.
More than just savings to get one with back. Hey guys, get a little Caesar pizza deal. 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each.
You get a pizza. You get a pizza.
We all get pizza.
Get 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each. Online only. Little Caesars is the real deal. Pizza. $4.99 per box. I should know for that. No, I've got it on Plus.
The NFL is back on Fox. Jason Daniels against the Giants. What a catch! 40 against them at 9. Take on the Seahawks. Football kicks off today on Fox. Check the game in your area. The NFL is back on Fox. Jason Daniels leads the Commanders against the Giants. What a catch! 40 against them at 9. Take on the Seahawks. Today on Fox. What's on Fox? Hey, baseball night in America on Fox and NL. Another official crowd. Special baseball night in America. Fox.
The moment I loved our Super Cup was the moment they walked in. And that's why our family will want to try the Subaru.
Subaru is rated #1 in safety, higher than any other automotive brand. Love is what makes Subaru.
Darn it, I knew I forgot.
0.9% APR financing on year 2025 about that model for a limited time.
In the NFC East, is traditional. The Chelsea different. Bob McFadden Bruce chooses rivals. I probably want to be here. My brother, man. Truly, got one of my best competition and respect. Trash talk. Yeah, absolutely. Take one. How cool was this earlier? These two have known each other since they were teenagers. And when we love each other, well, after a month for a rookie camp, a whole new quarterback room. That's how Russell. Say hello to Aaron Andrews. Hey, good to see you here on week 1. Is it fair to say?
Chip on his shoulder, but I'll tell you what, he's not looking over. And he's healthy, which is great news. Of course, over the last couple of years, he's had some injuries. He's like 25 years old over again. Russell is fully confident. He's excited about being in New York. Of course, that's the city he had his biggest moment as a pro. New York City. I mean, come on. You probably don't want to hear this, but if you take it out with the United States, you've had the whole country covered. West Coast Seattle, right? The Rockies, Denver, still Pittsburgh. Wow. All over the place. Yeah, we've known each other for a long time. 11 years ago, you sat down with Howie Long right here.
I remember sitting.
Yeah.
It's funny because we walked in. I'm like, I've been here before. I just went to that skyline. We did the interview with me and Howie. As it's something in your second year, you help you compete for the Super Bowl. Well, it's pretty miraculous. I think the biggest thing is, it's a reflection of, everything I've been able to accomplish. Like I've been here before. One year before. Ultimately, though, playing here in the city, I think it reminds you of all the good memories.
And now you're playing here as the quarterback for the New York Giants. Who saw this coming? Life is crazy. What is the 2025 Russell Wilson though now that maybe the 2012 Russell Wilson did?
And everybody's 40. Then everybody's 40. You want to love you one day and hate you the next.
Why does New York make sense for you right now?
I think it's the perfect time. We're trying to prove ourselves right here. I told Freddie, this girl, like, I can totally be to go be great.
How do you approach this season? You have a one-year deal, but here they have this rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart, who they want you to mentor. You want to stay the starter, but you know their future is with him. So how do you balance it out?
Just focus on the I know how I've been, how I still am. And people change their minds quickly.
I found it like he said there's a king in every crowd. I'm like, yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, what does that mean? Why don't you that mean? You know, that still hits me. I think even just being here, it's no coincidence. It's a road here, but it's a good road. It's a tough road, but sometimes you go on a tough road and then just make it bad. It just makes it that much more worth it.
Can I give some love to my guy, Howie Long? You know, Russell Wilson says he feels like 25. How about Howie Long looking like he's 25 even now? That was 11 years ago. Howie, come on now. All right, let's talk a little football, though. New York Giants head coach Brian Dable bragging on his quarterback Russell Wilson, saying, you know, there's a reason why this guy has won so many games in this league, and you can see it when they're at their practice facility. He's just praising him, how great he's been in the room. And Dave's always a little sarcastic, saying Russell's positivity even offsets my personality, not mine. Brian Dable.
We got you. All right, thank you very much. EA wants to meet for Russell Wilson. We go from the sideline up to the broadcast booth. What's now the whole face here at Fox, and we're number 2 as our lead analyst, Tom Brady, the greatest of all time, joins us again. All Washington and Giants game. Good to see you. Let me ask you this: Wilson on his first last 2 years, the Giants got the Jackson Dart, as they mentioned in the first round. So how much runway does Russell have on the
First, I'm glad Gronk was on time today. Usually, you know, the first few weeks of the season is a little bit off. Glad he was here early. I was coming after me. You know, and I got to get your toes over there. You took a lot of shots at me over the years. I'm coming back.
Well, you know, when you come to that ball, I always come through in the clutch.
Oh, you know that, baby. I saw that real time. This is obviously love being out here today. And the Giants just saw that great segment of they really believe in Russ, not just as a player what he can do on the field, but really as a leader for the organization that they haven't really had. So, yeah, Jackson Dart, I believe he can sit on the sideline, watch a real professional, and Jackson can grow in that role as well. So, I really love this QB room. I love how they developed it. In fact, I think any Giants quarterback that doesn't own Eli Manning, I like.
I want to give you a compliment.
Well, Uncle Vernon.
But I still will give it to you. You're 12 years older than me. You're kind of looking younger. Whatever you're doing.
Their cow, they're kind of good exercise program.
How are they going to step it up to continue that success?
Yes, it's a great question. They won so many close games last year. We talked about all last season. Like it's the cardiac commanders, but I don't want to see any more heart attacks because these close games they're a little bit unsustainable. And you know, I don't love a good comeback. You know, there was one I think I was reading about 28 to 3. We were there. That's right. What I want to see you guys get ahead and stay ahead. They have to do it this year.
All right. Well, Tom, thank you. And Ron, so now he's great call, Tom. Everybody saying you two are younger. There's a lot of lying going on. Speaking about the Giants, we're talking about offense. But this Giants defense could set the season for the game. I think the line is being compared to the line I was on. Whoa. No. They are being compared to that. Now, get Burns, get Lawrence, they have all the talent, all the potential. It's the difference. You got to take that potential. You got to make it into production on the field. If they can do that, this team that, you know, they brought in Dable, they brought in Shane, Joe Shane to make this, you know, turn around the offense. But this could actually be a defensive-led team. And then the offense can get their feet under there. But they have the toughest schedule in the league. But I think this defense could be special. And then you do them any favors going on the road and walk. You know, starting out. Yeah, I agree with Tom. I think both teams are kind of a tightrope walk. I think there's a chance that the team in Washington could be better, but the record could be a little worse. People have thought, you know, hey, defense coordinator is going to have an entire offseason to figure out Daniel. Well, good luck with that because I just think he's a special player. They bring in Tunsil on left tackle. They draft the #1 pick at right tackle. Debo Samuel comes in. His skill set complements Terry McLaurin's skill set so well. 13
And I think when Corum was out, he was on the same page, and I think that's what talking about young quarterbacks later on Fox News. Most is the second year of the Broncos taking on the number one overall pick of the Titans, Cam Ward. Yeah. It'll be fun to watch, folks. Cam Ward, the number one pick out of Miami to Tennessee. I actually hadn't heard anything about it this offseason. Even had to look him up because all I heard about was Shedeur Sanders with Cleveland, the fifth round pick. So I think the pressure's a little bit off him thanks to the Cleveland decision. But here's a guy. Everybody says all the right things. My core source in the NFL from Florida has told me this. Had he been fishing? Is he by the pool? And how many years I cannot give it up. But he tells me the guy's smart, boy. He does have Ridley wide out. The receiver, he has Tyler Lockhart they brought over. Ziegler they bring in offensive guard from Detroit. He's got weapons. That's the key. This game's looking so good. Fantastic. San Francisco. San Francisco 49ers, we did take advantage of the Seattle Seahawks. We're not knowing what type of team that they are yet. The second-year head coach, they shipped off DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Also, they got a new quarterback in Sam Darnold. So the San Francisco 49ers need to take advantage and win this game because by the end of the year, when the Seattle matches together more, I feel like they're going to be the better team. We're going to have Jay reporting you in and out later. I'm just going to pass out over there. Take a breath. Yeah. It's like the eyes of let's check it with Jay Glazer for more ins and outs. Brought to you by Joey. He can't be Christian McCaffrey. What is his status? Listen, San Francisco 49ers had a huge year on third-year practice. Chris McCaffrey, he's going to catch to his college year. There's some people there saying, oh no, tear his calf, they pop it. Luckily, he went in and got scans. The scans came back completely clean. So he expected to be a full go later this afternoon. 49ers. Actually woke up this morning, got some GI issue there, and upstairs, once he did that, they had to lift him. He is good to go today. You're talking about the Giants, he bag up for the he is good to go to the right able to know the safety at all. For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Peter Bam, huge, literally, for that defense. The back up, he could go to the other side of that. Stop it, throw out Lee, out the value of wide receiver, and it keeps out there. Finally, we're talking about Michael Parsons. But when he's in there, it's not just people in one position. It's still people moving around, even with you control the odds. It's still you can play your game exactly how you want to play it. Grunt, who do you like as a parlay today? Well, everyone knows I love the number 87. And I wonder why. So I got John Robinson for 87 or more rushing yards, and I got Jamar Chase and Malik Neighbors for 87 or more receiving yards. All right, that's the FanDuel parlay. FanDuel customers can get $300 in bonus bets if your $5 bet wins like that one from Crop, which would pay you about $48 today. Let's get to our official picks, guys. Let's get it all started. Okay, they should. That's what I'm picking to win. Don't forget, last year Atlanta swept Tampa. That's not going to happen. Michael, the Bengals 4.5 point favorites on the road to Cleveland. I just want to know everybody knows my pick up to that. It's hard. All right, you know what? I think that, that's a best start. I'm going to pick Cincinnati. All right, Grunt. The Commanders favored by 6.5 at home. I'm sorry, Michael, but the Giants just don't have enough firepower. I'm going with the Washington Commanders. And how are you? The Jaguars 4.5 favorites at home. Folks are going with Mike's pick. He is due. I'll go with Jacksonville, and I'll go for the 2 points. He's done that already. It's week 1. Let's get one last extra point before we get out of here. Michael Strahan, what do you have? I think the number 1 and number 2 pick of NFL draft Cam Ward and Travis Hunter, I think they both are going to score a touchdown today. But the great thing is, Travis Hunter, you're going to put it on offense. You have to wait around. Well, that's one of our games coming up. Jacksonville will find out whether or not this is indeed Michael. We've been waiting since February to say it. The first Sunday of football.
football is here. You got opening kickoff is coming up. Everybody else well, thank you so much for watching this new edition of Fox on Sunday, presented by GMC. Customers spend $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel, play your game.
Hey, Barry.
Sorry. You should get Simply Safe proactive monitoring like us. The AI camera alerts Simply Safe agents before a crime can even start.
And there's an anti-theft guarantee.
Simply Safe, real security stops crime before it starts.
Yes, I'm on road. They say GLP-1s for weight loss is a shortcut. It's not. It's science. After kids, it's a medicine my black community. GLP-1s help me lose 31 pounds. One app to hit my goals. This is healthcare. It's fun. I'm Serena Williams. I'm real road.
This river was day after day. Like every American achievement, they are a result of 100 years dedicated to the art of engineering. Current vote for GMC will get 0% APR with a total value of over $12,000 on this year at $1,500 level. That's 20% below the SRE. Thursday, it's Baseball Night in America on Fox, and NLE's rivals battle with eyes on the postseason as the Mets fight for a wild card spot. The Phillies look for another division crown or Royals Guardians. It's a special Baseball Night in America on Fox. Well, later today, we got more football on Fox. And Fox News, you got paid down ready to put money where his mouth is, taking on San Diego and the Seahawks. Plus, others of you will see the number one overall pick game war taking on Bonus and Broncos. Don't miss it. All happens 45 1 Pacific only here on Fox. Well, earlier you said, you think by the end of the year, Seattle may be the better team in that division, but today's game may go one way deciding it. Yes, I do. Because Seattle, everyone's new there. I mean, with the second-year head coach, he can make the championship off as a big factor. But I really like what Stanford has because they're more of a core, team. They got the guys, they got the players, they got the talent, so they're going to dominate. But Seattle, once they play together, more times understand each other and build that chemistry, I think the better team because they have put the pieces together that they need to the offseason to become a better team. If the 49ers can keep McCaffrey and running back healthy, that's what sorry, that. That's a hand walker there. Really, it's a tough job. Here's the stat: 8 years as head coach of the 49ers. I'll tell you. 4 years. What is this? Just like I'm so much more than Peyton Manning. I'm also Hey guys, get a Little Caesars pizza deal. 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each. You get pizza. You get pizza. We all get pizza. Get 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each. Online only. Little Caesars is the real deal. If Jerry football, the way Tom Brady knows football, he would in no way. Tom Brady knows it's 10 pounds of football in a 5-pound bag of Jerry. Come on, man. You gotta look off the safety before the safety rotates down. Just rip the seam. Nobody knows football. Why would you better like Tom Brady? Not that much.
This is a de facto playoff game for them.
Obviously, there was a few games yesterday. It was Friday because the Chiefs lost the game to the Chargers. Eagles beat the Cowboys Thursday. Falcons just scored. Jets and the Steelers are playing. Bengals and Browns are playing. Dolphins and Colts are playing. Panthers and Jaguars, Raiders, and Patriots. These two are in the same division as one another. So I don't know who to go for and who to go against because they're both an enemy.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening in the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When the storm comes, it shakes more than just your ball. It shakes your world. But in New Orleans, we're built different.
We don't fold. We rebuild.
At American Safety, show up fast and we get to work. And we treat your home like our home.
Because recovery isn't just about fixing what's broken. It's about restoring what matters. American Safety, stronger than the storm, and right here with you.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no strength, power, agility. A team that shows up ready to win. Toyota Trucks, they bring the full roster. Kick off the season with big savings at the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Toyota is the official vehicle of the New Orleans Saints. From the Dome to the Bayou, the Tundra and Tacoma are built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for future availability.
Down to Jeff Bell after this River Paris disposal. Same sideline report.
Yeah, guys, we just saw it there with the Street Shahid handling that punt. The big question, he's important to the offense. How would you use him on special teams? Phil Galliano kind of said, hey, you can't protect guys from football. You can't tell them, we're afraid you're going to get hurt. You can't go out there. But I think they are going to pick their spots. On the other side, Greg Dortch, very, very aggressive. I think they're going to have to watch him in their return game.
Thank you, Jeff. Saints Company Drive, powered by Ace Garage Door, the professional service of your call, Ace Garage Door. Handoff, Alvin Kamara, middle of the field, gets to the 25-yard line. A 2-yard gain as he started at the 23, so about second down and 8 coming. For Spencer Rattler, he joins the select group. He, Dave Wilson, Bobby Scott, and Archie Manning have started as a Saints quarterback in the season opener. Saints defense did their job on the first series. Offense now has it 2nd and 7 as the ball just across the 25, moving right to left. Out of the shotgun, Rattler stands, throws in, complete, almost into the hands of Buda Baker, but he was trying to hit a short one right there in the middle to Shahid. All bounced up through Shahid's hands. Will Johnson was right there.
Third option. Well, so you like the movement as far as the eyes of the quarterback, but, just no separation there.
Would have been probably a short game, but it's 3rd and 7 as the Saints face their first third down from the 25. Out of the shotgun, Rattler has steps up, now rolls to his right, now just throws it away, incomplete. At Kamara in that area, but not really open, and threw it away, and that'll bring on Kai Kroger for his first punt.
I don't like the first step there about Fuaga. I don't know if he expected help from Alvin to slow him down, but with that wide 9 look, that's where the pressure came in. So your quarterback really never had a chance. And so whether I have to get depth or you got to make sure that we're helping that tackle, that's a wide 9 rush pressure right there by Fuaga.
Blake Gilligan had a net 53 on his first. The left-footed
Gilligan.
rookie out of South
Let's get
Carolina. Remember, John has his heels on the 11. Left-footed kick is away. And it'll be Rick George who takes it at the 28 to the 30. Crosses the 30 near the 35 on the near side before the Saints bundle him up. It'll get to the 34. That is where the Cardinals have it. 10:34 to play. Their second possession. 46-yard punt. 6 yards on the return. That got to this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Saints fans, let's take a 30-second timeout for a quick little getaway to Pensacola. Picture sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So head east for the ultimate timeout from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Sundays with the Saints and any day with your toes in the sand, that's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
Attention basketball fans, the NBA Cup is back for year 3, and tickets for Pelicans Cup nights presented by Morris Bart are on sale now. Join us at the Blender for these special tournament matchups. Come on down November 14th as we host LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers. Then join us on November 26th for an exciting battle against John Morant and the Grizzlies. Check out the full schedule and get single game tickets or a 12-game plan that includes all NBA Cup matchups by visiting pelicans.com/NBA Cup.
Popsicles, sprinklers, a cool breeze. Talk about refreshing. You know what else is refreshing this summer? Upgrade a new phone with Verizon. Yep, get a new phone on any plan with Select Phone Trade-in and My Plan. And lock down a low price for 3 years on any plan with My Plan. This is a deal for everyone, whether you're a new or existing customer. Swing by Verizon today for our best phone deals. 3-year price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate only. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Football fans know that traditions matter, turning moments together into something truly epic. They're what inspires us to make our masa and tostitos the traditional way, starting with whole corn kernels, no artificial preservatives, all to give you that perfect crunch. Discover your next tradition this football season. Head to the store, grab your Tostitos team bag, and scan the code for a chance to score an epic experience with the New Orleans Saints. Tostitos, tradition matters. The official chip and dip sponsor of the New Orleans Saints.
Super Room 10:34, first quarter. Cardinals' second possession on the sack by Cam Jordan. He's now got 122.5. Was tied for 22nd. Now he's 21st all-time sack leader. If he gets another, he'll have 20th all by himself.
That's top 20 in the NFL.
Yes.
Not Saints.
Oh, no.
Top 20 in the NFL.
He is the leader of the Saints.
Correct.
So the Cardinals break on him. Moving left right towards the Smoothie King Center.
Saints go with base defense again. Noah Lunch and Taylor out there. You should come in for the nipple with
James Conner is the big back, Murray under center. Play action and screen to Pelican on the left side. The 40-yard line before he's brought ball just shy of the 39-yard line. They hit by Justin Reed and Isaac Gadden. He picked up 5.
Same play that Cam got the sack on. They had a lot better ball handling that time. That time they were able to get the screen off. They're going to go quick on the ball.
They are. Pistol formation. Kyler Murray takes it. Play action again. Look, stands in the middle. Now he rolls to his right. He gets some pressure. 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. First down. Steps out of bounds in the Saints territory at the 48. Had him boxed in, but he rolled to his right, picked up 13.
Yeah, that's what you can't do in that look defensively. The outside defensive end, and I think that was Bullard who lined up outside. You can't go inside. If I'm going to go with that defense, my defensive ends have to stay outside and force the quarterback to have to pick up yardage inside.
The same 48 pistol formation again. This time Connor gets the football. He's changing directions, comes back. The Saints get him from underneath. Julian Blackman, wearing number 23 now. Back him up. Short yardage, maybe a yard. 2nd and 9 coming.
Yeah, great job on the counter play right there by the Saints defensive man, Cam Jordan. Does a nice job of forcing that back inside.
2nd and 9. Under center is Kyler Murray. James Conner, the deep back. Play action again. Murray rolls to his left, and he's got pressure. Now he gets through midfield and just steps out of bounds. Right about the line, damage back to the 48.
He made a false start.
It'd be a sack. A pressure was Ryan Percy.
Ryan Percy and Granderson. Granderson's going to get credit for that sack right there. He's the guy that dropped into coverage there. And so the thing you see, they're going to try to force Kyle Murray to step up inside, man. Because with those bigger defensive ends, look, my job is to keep that quarterback in this box. I've got to keep him in that box.
Third down and 10 from the State 48. Murray, now out of the shotgun, throws it across the middle, and it's a flag, and it's incomplete, but there's going to be a flag interference on the Saints. Trying to hit Marvin Harrison, Kool-Aid McKinstry came over his back.
Yeah, I think it was a hand, not necessarily over the back. And you talk about a game of inches. Cam Jordan is probably 1 second from being able to get this sack. Man, I have to look at that again. I don't know if that's a.
Yellow belly, a belly yellow. Yellow belly, a belly yellow.
That's a tough call. It's the backside hand is what they call it. I know what they call it is the pull of the jersey at the stem at the top of the route. It's the pull of the jersey. Yeah, it's before the pass. It's the pull of the jersey. That's the penalty.
It's a 14-yard gain down to the Saint 34. Out of the shotgun, that's Murray. Yeah.
The guard has been early a couple times, and they should get that right guard. He's the guy that's communicating with Murray on the snap.
Isaiah Adams, third-round pick last year in Illinois, and that'll push them back.
Yeah, safety. I mean, if you can slow down that run game, your defensive end, particularly Cam Jordan, they're able to get pressure on the quarterback. It's just the question becomes, can you contain him as well and not get undisciplined with the rush like that?
First and 15 after the penalty. Murray again, in the shotgun. Again, looking to throw it out, pulls it down. Going to the far side, he'll just slide down inside the 30 to the 39. So not much there. Down to Jeff Miller after this River Bears disposal. Six out of report.
Yeah, guys, one thing Greg is we're going to see a lot of players in the rotation at the defense, on the defensive line, even without Chase Young. You're seeing Chris Rumpf in there. You're already seeing Jonah Williams. Their goal is to keep guys fresh so that they can chase Kyler around and hopefully in the fourth quarter be able to keep doing that. And if a guy's banged up, a little sick already, and I probably had at least 5 to 6 runs. None is not, and I want to continue to make him have to do that.
Connor has the football middle of the field, crosses inside the 30 to about the 27-yard line as he took the handoff and be shy of the first down. He picked up 12. Be third down and 3 coming.
Got that ball kind of high as he owned it. Nice job of just hitting it right away. Saints defense all slow and he just cut it back on the backside.
Warner will get credit for one of their sacks on the slide. Carl Anderson on the side, pushed out of bounds, and then the big one by Cam Jordan. Saints makes a 3rd and 3 defensive. And there's 27. Murray makes a shotgun and makes a complete pass to Mike Wilson. He picks up the first down at the 22-yard line. He picked up 5 and keeps the chains moving.
And Saints defenders sinking a little bit too far and able to pick up that first down, quick throw. Saints D linemen, if they can get their hands up on some of that quick action.
So 1st and 10. Now the ball sits at the 22. 6-3 in a scoreless contest. First quarter, second possession for Arizona. Handoff, James Conner. Hit in the middle by Demario Davis as he takes it inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. But Davis hit him early, but he still got 3 yards.
And nice job, Demario, being able to see it. They give you a little guard action as far as the ball. Not sure that the lineman saw Demario coming from depth. Does a nice job of just being able to make that
2nd and 7 from the right hash mark. Kyler Murray will be out of the shotgun as James Conner to his right. Murray lifts his leg. Pressure. Throw the outside in. Carl Granderson is coming hard from that left side, and Murray had to throw it high to get it over his hands.
Yeah, he did, because the lineman had to squeeze, and so that's why Granderson was free. The offensive lineman had to squeeze because the inside pressure by DeMario Davis forced things to look like DeMario actually slipped. You talk about Brando coming free, that forced Skyler to speed up his block. He's off target with his throw, and it looked like the safety was the one that was covering the spot.
Here, playing the drive. Third down and 7 for the Saints. City at the 19. Murray. Took him a while. Flying to the ball, big snap, last game when they offer.
Two big impact plays.
So 3rd and 7 becomes 3rd and 12. The ball goes back to the 24-yard line. They need to get to the 12.
So I'll be very, very conservative early on. The previous drive with the run on 3rd and long. Figure right here, high red. I don't know how long Murray will try to hold it, but I don't assume that he will hold it very long.
Forcing to his right. Still looking. Nearly picked off. Pass. Nearly picked off. Julian Blackman leaping at about the 3-yard line. The pressure was Brian Brzee.
Yeah, Brian Brzee gave him a nice 1-2 step as far as inside on that guard. Cam almost gets caught inside. Carla does buy a little time, and you're talking about another opportunity, a game of inches. Just looking back at that Rouse's Market Jumbotron, a game of inches where Blackman almost picked that ball off.
Chad Ryland from the right hash marker, 42 yards away. He was 28 of 32 last year. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So a long drive, time chewing. Cardinals only get 3. 5:03 to play in the first quarter. 3-0 Arizona back after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
The year 1975. The New Orleans Saints move into the Superdome and establish a home field advantage feared around the league. Soon after, Ford F-Series begins its reign as the best-selling truck in America. And Ford trucks have kept that win streak alive for 48 straight years. Ford F-150, an official truck of the New Orleans Saints. See your Southern Quality Ford dealer today.
Like to travel? People's Health members enjoy peace of mind knowing their health is covered. If you're away from home and need routine medical care, use the United Health Passport benefit from People's Health. You'll pay your usual copay for in-network care. No referrals necessary. And you're always covered for emergency and urgent care worldwide. So learn more. Call 1-855-821-2666. Plans are enjoyed through United Healthcare Insurance Company or one of its affiliated companies. A Medicare Advantage organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in the plan depends on the plan's contract legal with Medicare.
Hey folks, Bobby Agar here. The Rouse's family opened their first grocery store in 1960. That was the same year I was born. We paid you up on the side. From the beginning, the Rouse's family focused on local, buying produce and seafood from their neighbors. And they still do that today. From one store to serving over 1 million customers a week. I'm proud to see how far they've come. Rouse's, the official supermarket of the Saints, celebrating 65 years, and they're just getting started. Football, it takes the right team to win. That's why you need a partner like Marsh McLennan Agency. We provided business insurance, employee health and benefits, and private client insurance solutions to Southeast Louisiana for more than 80 years. Marsh McLennan Agency combines the personalized service model of a local consultant with the global resources of the world's largest insurance firm. With Marsh McLennan Agency, we know more than just insurance. We know New Orleans. Marsh McLennan Agency is a proud partner of the New Orleans Saints. Visit us today at marshmma.com.
Here's the Bud Light scoreboard. Saints game day. Stock up on Bud Light. Atlanta 7, Tampa Bay nothing. Cincinnati 7, Cleveland 0, Indy 3, Miami 0, Vegas 7, New England nothing.
7 Pittsburgh, 3 for the Jets, 0 apiece between Washington and the Giants. Jacksonville 3, Carolina nothing. And I will give you the scores from Thursday and Friday when we come back to more scores.
You betcha. So after the drive by Arizona, 11 plays, 42 yards, 5:31, and the 42-yard field goal by Chad Ryland. It's a 3-0. Kyler Murray has been sacked 3 times. He also has 3 completions. Kick comes down to the far side. Brought back by Kendra Miller. Still on his feet. 25. He's brought down right here to 25. Took it to the right. Started back to the middle. And that's the Saints will have their second possession. Owen Papo was on the tackle.
And Mike, I didn't like the first drive, and I thought too conservative. I thought, you wanted to work the short game from the perspective of, hey, let's protect my quarterback. Don't play conservative. If your advantage is speed on the edges, use your speed on the edges. Throw the ball, stretch them. Don't allow them to sit on your routes underneath.
Spencer out of the shotgun, takes the snap, throws complete. 35. Ball trying to get knocked out, but it's Jawan Johnson. He picks up the first down as he crosses the 35 to the 36. 11 yards on that. Mac Wilson saving Collins, but Saints are going to go tempo now.
This is where they're at the best with tempo, and they've got to do a better job of distribution on those routes as well.
Spencer Rattler keeps it to the right side, takes the handoff to Alvin going left. He took it to, he got to the 40 and marking him at the 37.
He was down.
Wow. Look at that. So instead, it's 2nd and 8. It was a short game to look at a little more. Here comes pressure. Rattler throws it to the near side, caught by Chris Olave, and that's a first down in the Arizona territory. That's multiple on the cover for a nice out pass and a first down.
Deep out there by the quarterback that throw. Nice job of sitting in the pocket. Like you talked about, there was pressure really on both of those previous plays. The first one, you had the quarterback that threw it, and the quarterback is saying that it was a little push off. It was a push off, and a face mask there by Olave for the lag.
In the Arizona territory. Rattler out of the shotgun. There comes a flag. Dumps it off to Alvin to the near side. Crosses inside the 15. Knocked out of bounds in front of his bench. Short game, but
Saints are illegal formation.
On the offense, number 12, number 7. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Can't have that. I want to start going backwards. That's where you kind of are. You had a little momentum, a little tempo going offensively. You know you're going to get pressure. Can you pick that pressure up? Can you push the ball down the field?
Rattler and Olave connected only 9 times last year because of the injuries and the way things worked out. But the penalty there makes it 1st and 15. 3-0 Arizona. 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Handoff to Miller. Room to run. Crosses inside the 45, down to the 44-yard line. We'll still need about 5 yards for that first down, but a big run for Kendra Miller before being stopped by Garrett Wilson. He picked up 10.
And the other scores, Chargers 27, Chiefs, that was in Brazil. And then Dallas 20, Philly 24, that was on Thursday. Chargers have now, and Mike, we talked about this on the show, played in 5 different
continents. That's where the game is going internationally. 2nd and 5 after the Kendra Miller run. Spencer Rattler out of the shotgun this time. Alvin gets it to the right side. Late flag comes in from the referee, Novak.
Who got high with the hands.
Holding offense number 51. That's a 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Catch a Caesar, and that's one where it backs up again. You already had one of them. A live issue at this time. It's easy to see the eye candy with the motion, just to be able to see if guys can be disciplined with their eyes, and maybe if it screens you with the lane offensively, you want it to be a little bit clean. Like I said, you had some pretty good things happening for you, and now you start backing up.
Back on their side in football field, 46 seconds and 15. Rattler takes it. Here's Rattler has time, throwing deep down the sideline, looking for Shaheen, but it's picked off in the end zone. That's up there to hold you. How Chris is running off the field. How Chris is running off the field. I don't think he trusts me. So, I would Johnson. Max Middleton, deep pass. Looked like he was trying to adjust to the inside to make the catch. Well, he was staying outside, and he thought that ball. He wanted that ball outside rather than put it inside. And that's one of the things that you've got to be able to adjust to. And I don't know if Chris Olave knew that the ref had called the penalty. It was definitely a hold before. He never sees the flag comes behind him. He never sees the flag, but the Saints are lucky in that situation. One, because it gives you a first down after being backed up behind the chains. But that was one of the things I wanted them to use that speed of Olave and Chris. I mean, and Shaheed.
First down, toss outside. Kamara breaks one tackle, brought down at the Arizona 40. They're picking about 9 yards, brought down by Akeem Davis. 9 yards on Alvin. He got tripped up, or he could have kept going.
Now you talk about somebody with outstanding balance. So you knew that had to be a pretty good leg swipe at the legs of Alvin to be able to bring him down.
Number 72 with the
sweep there. The offensive line does a nice job, and Saints bring in an extra lineman again.
2nd and 1. The Arizona 40. Kamara gets it. Gets the first down. Spots again are just brutal. They give him the first down. Stopped by Calais Campbell, who turned 39 years old on September 1st.
The organization is turn on the time of your TV, pause DVR, and see the Saints radio next Sunday at noon. Saints take on the San Francisco 49ers in the Season Superdome. Turn to the Saints Radio Network. Here's another opportunity. Here, Mike, I like it. You either want some type of screen action or some type of play action as well up top. Maybe I get a post one-on-one. One of those guys right now got a free safety look.
He snapped at Spencer. He wasn't ready. Flags came down. That play was
dead. It's illegal. In the Saints, I don't know what to do. I don't know if that's a snap count or what.
I would change it as a false start.
Either way,
yeah. There are 2 fouls against the offense. Legal formation on the offense. Penalties is fine. Legal shift on the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. First down.
Sloppy. They're not all the way back there. The ball is still probably.
It's at the 38. It should be the 43.
Yeah, so where are they going?
Come on back. There they go.
Sloppy offensively. You didn't get a lot of work.
Fourth penalty for 33 yards. Got in this zone of the Florida League. First and 15, 40 seconds to play. 3-0 Arizona. Saints with the football. Inside the 40. Ball came loose. See if he was down. They're saying he was down.
He recovered it, but he definitely fumbled.
Going on the field. Down by contact. 2nd down. Came down about the 37-yard line is where they will spot it. Picked up 6 yards, and they get it. Go quick. 2nd down and 4. Rattler back to throw. Does throw. Complete wide open. Ready to go. Near side. Still on his feet. Down the 25-yard line and a first down for New Orleans is Brandon Cooks, the former first-round pick back in 2014. Makes the first down, and that is how we will end the first quarter. A little sloppy, but 3-0 Arizona. Saints driving with the football, just got a first down. After this, second quarter action coming up next. 3-0 Arizona here on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
My personal favorite stories are when a young man comes in and you can see they're a little intimidated. This just happened last week. I saw the young man. I said, "Hey, what can I do to give you a hand?" He said, "Well, I'm here for an engagement ring, but I don't think I'm in the right place." So I got him to my desk, and within an hour, he had purchased an engagement ring, had spent $1,000, and he was treated like he spent a lot more, and I'm sure we have a customer for life. My name is Ken Friend of Friend & Company Fine Jewelers. You've got a friend in the jewelry business.
Garage doors from Ace Garage Door Company are built tough
durable, reliable, and ready to handle whatever life throws at them. Just like the best offensive lines in football, our best in industry CHI overhead doors stand strong, keeping your home safe and looking great like a fresh uniform. Don't fumble with weak garage doors for your home or business. Call Ace Garage Door Company today, where strength meets style. Visit AceGarageDoorLLC.com and Google them for a 1,200 5-star review. Ace Garage Door. Ace Garage Door.
Mecca Sausage has been around for over 75 years, making their great tasting hickory smoked sauce. And now, new proud partner of the New Orleans Saints. Mecca Sausage is always great on the grill and a fan favorite for tailgate. It's made from the finest cuts of pork, a patented blend of seasoning, and smoked over a pure hickory fire. That true Southern flavor. Enjoy Kaneka hickory smoked sauce in the Superdome or at home while watching the Saints. Kaneka, a part of your game day tradition. Kaneka Sausage, a real winner since 1947. Visit KanekaSausage.com for store locator and recipe. Gulf Coast, wake up! Your team, your voices, your network. The Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network provides wall-to-wall local sports action around the clock every weekday, starting at 10 a.m. Tune in to Locked On Saints, Locked On Pelicans, Locked On LSU, and Locked On SEC. Your team every day from the experts who live and breathe from the Dome to Death Valley and the Smoothie King Center to the SEC. It's all here weekdays at 10 a.m. only on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment.
Welcome back, Caesar Superdome. Beginning of the second quarter, the Saints driving at Arizona 25. They trail 3-0 again. First score, Javon Johnson had a 13-yarder. Brandon Cooks just had a 12-yarder. Also, Kendrick Miller had a 10-yard run. Alvin Kimber had a 9-yard run. But it's been monopoly. Did not pass zero. Did not pass, go to jail, go back, start over again. It's been in the same spot. Feels like the whole time. Now it's first and 10. New 15 minutes, second quarter. Rattler. Screen pass to Allen on the right side. 30, 29, 20. Inside the 40. Down to the 18-yard line. Just shy of the first down. Probably picked up 8 yards. Should be second and 2. Jalen Thompson last time.
Yeah, just like a sweep for Alvin, keeping the ball. It's right there. Your tight end and receiver do a nice job of being able to block for him.
Give him second and 3. Rattler has Kamara to his left. Kamara gets a handoff right at 15-10. Alvin to the outside 5. Touchdown, Alvin Kamara! Did not step out of bounds, so they're looking at it. At the 10, it was a tiptoe. No way he did not step out. Alvin Kamara gets the touchdown.
Like Alvin Kamara gets credit for this touchdown, but it's Juwan Johnson's block on the edge, and then his smarts to not hold on the edge once Alvin clears him. It's a really nice job. There was a sweet play, a tall sweet play earlier where it was an arm tackle, and we talked about Alvin barely going down. That time you're not going to get him down as he gets hit. He just has outstanding balance, and he's able to get the football and get it off.
The extra point by Blake Murphy is up, and it is good. We will take a break. The Saints straight quickly here in the second quarter. Alvin Kamara, 18-yard touchdown, 7-3 New Orleans. Back after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. All the
Power outages in New Orleans have become as common as wearing black and gold on Sundays. But with Craig's electrical and generator service, you never have to miss a minute of the game due to a power outage. Craig has generators starting at just $149 a month with a 10-year warranty. When power goes, Craig's comes on, so you never miss a minute of your game. Craig's electrical and generator service. Visit Craig'sElectrical.com.
Shell believes in helping small businesses thrive. Brandon Rivers, Norco Fresh Market.
Shell is all about lifting up the community and the people around them. For nearly 100 years, they've stood beside us as partners for our small businesses and our way of life. When I see Shell employees walk into Norco Fresh Market, I think of family. The generations of Shell employees who live and work here are truly the rhythm of Louisiana.
Entergy Louisiana is strengthening our power grid from Lake Charles to Baton Rouge, from Metairie to Monroe. Our blueprint covers the state.
nearly 10,000 projects, over 11,000 miles of transmission line. They reinforce infrastructure,
Yeah.
reduce outages, and respond quickly when needed. Because together, we power life.
Looking for a new job or career in the transportation business? Do you or your spouse have truck driving experience? John Fair Moving and Warehousing, the official moving partner of the Oil and States, is looking for experienced and solo Class A CDL drivers to join their family-oriented team. Benefits with John Baird include competitive pay structure, major medical, dental, and vision insurance, recruitment and retention bonus, paid vacation, paid holidays, and more. Don't settle for the rest. Drive for the best. Visit JohnFairdWarehouse.com.
Saints head into that Raising Kings red zone. And in that Raising Kings red zone, it took one play, 18 yards out there to get the touchdown. That touchdown is brought to you by Oxford. Oxford, long live you, long live the Saints. And for the New Orleans Saints in their 50th year, that is their offensive touchdown percentage number 1,000. That's regular season and postseason. You had 55 of those, my friend. Congratulations. But Gene Stroud, he had 6 touchdowns last year rushing. That's the most he's had in the last 3 years. And to get a touchdown early for him, man, that's impressive.
Yeah, definitely a good lead when you get going as far as being able to get in that end zone. I mean, he's a critical factor. You have some other weapons, but offensively, I love that the Saints were able to get into the red zone. You got Alvin touches, and then you found a matchup that was basically a zone blocking scheme, and he was able to come out of it on the backside or really the front side of that play. Nice job up front. Cesar Ruiz, Uaga, and then like I talked about, your tight end. Juwan Johnson with a critical block right there at the end.
10 plays, 75 yards, 5:43 on the clock. The Saints overcame 3 penalties on that drive. Touchback, so Arizona will begin at the 35, moving right to left for Poisonous. Paul Murray stands out first to the far side, complete to Trey Benson. Off down as he crosses the 40 to the 41-yard line. Look at that first. Monty Taylor brought down Trey Benson.
That looked like Chris Rock and Fidel Diggs in at those defensive end spots for the Saints right now. Jeff told us that they would rotate those guys that defensive line a lot. They start this drive here against Cardinals.
Picked up 6, so second down and 4. Murray, all 6 now. Arizona's 41, back to throw, stands, looking down the far side of the line. That is going to be caught by Marvin Harrison Jr. Who for Gibson with him. He's knocked that out at the 14-yard line, but a big play. That second year man out of Ohio State.
Does an outstanding job of tracking the football. The Saints actually had another plus on that play. You saw Murray be able to see it. You had pressure off of the edge by Lucky Taylor. He wasn't able to get there, but they take a shot at Kool-Aid just never locates the football to be able to knock it down, and that's one thing that Harrison can do. He can make explosive plays for you down.
Thank you, YouTube Studio, for allowing me to go live like this. Sorry I didn't do a lot of talking, but I was trying to put all 3 of those videos together. I think it worked, so thank you. Thank you for making share screen possible. First time I'm using it, so I hope it worked, and thank you again, and I'm gonna try to test. I'm gonna try to see if this worked, and if it didn't work, I'm gonna try to see how I can make it work. Thank you and goodbye.
Down